Um, Hopefully I have this set up correctly. But it says YouTube is not working. What did I do wrong? Or is it still loading? One moment. Okay. And I think we are live. So I just realized I do still need to zoom in. Okay. So I am going to go get my water. But we will be right back. Okay, so I am back. Was in a bit of a rush to try to get the room code up early. As, we were having a few issues at the beginning. Hopefully, things are working now. And in just a minute, we will be starting. Sorry, I am a little bit frazzled for the start of this point battle. I am still, I'm still working through my food. But I will try not to be loud with the chewing. I'll turn off the mic when I'm eating. But we have 2 minutes until it begins. So anyone who wants to join, the code is up in the top left. And we're gonna just, queue through our auto battles for a minute. And we will hop right on in when it's time to start. Okay, and the point battle has begun. Looks like we managed to hit exactly 16 players. And how many of these do we recognize? Whistling Bird, almost all of them. Glad to see a ton of the players coming back again. Let's head over into the spectate, and players will be joining, queuing, and battling momentarily. Once the game updates the spectator room, we'll go ahead and start with Tomato. Welcome, SG. Unfortunately, the point battle has begun. I was hoping to get online a little bit earlier today to spend more time advertising the room code. But since I had to remake the room at the last minute, that was an extra 5 or 10 minutes, I wasn't able to do it. And unfortunately, once a point battle begins, for some reason, they don't let anyone else join. Even though, obviously, it's right at the beginning, and it's only a disadvantage to join late. So I don't know why it's the case. But we see Tomato is actually on a machine deck. I wonder if they are on 3 Mirror Innovator, and how many copies of Gold Rush they own. The opponent presumably on 7's Axel Road, and they did confirm it by boosting that Torna last turn. Alright, so we see the Ultimate Bond, and they have a Barrel Dragon. Amigal not able to use the effect because Torna is not level 7. But they are still going to be able to bring in a Barrel Dragon, no problem. The effect manages to hit, and they choose to destroy the set monster to get in for more damage. Though this would have been quite dangerous. Had BB had a face-down card like Widespread Ruin, the Avant Wolf would not have been able to clear the Torna. Tomato makes a risky play, but it pays off. So we see a Pocket Pikachu resolve the effect. And it's actually pretty rare to see a Beast Engine in this deck nowadays. You're running so many 1-2-beat monsters, and the Witch is able to bring out Magician for you. So reaching for those extra 6th or 7th cards is not all that common. But we did see it resolve, so let's see if they are able to take advantage of the effect. A 7th Magician over Rush Rare, entering the board. Alongside Magician's Valkyria, and presumably one more monster. Welcome, Red Fire. I have been up for a little bit, but am definitely still getting ready and awake myself. 7th Magician buffed up, and Barrel Dragon in danger. But if Tomato has any good trap card, this game is looking rough for BB. Especially if that Barrel Dragon is able to land the effect. So, Barrel Dragon, is going to destroy the monster. And Mirror Innovator returns 3 monsters into the deck for a maximum amount of attack boost, including the steel, including another copy of Mirror Innovator. swinging in for 1500, bringing the 7th Axel Road player down low. The deck is good at rebuilding a board, but with Tomato sitting at 6,000 life points, it will be hard to actually win this game. And unfortunately, setting 3 is not going to be enough. With a Mirror Innovator sitting on the board, we have the Avant Wolf in the graveyard. And when Mirror Innovator shuffles away a lone monster, it gains Piercing. None of these monsters are going to have over 1900 defense, so BB is going to need to flip up a trap if they want to survive. Perfect Slime might be able to do it. Tomato Sores does not find lethal, but BB is not really in a better position either. Had it been a Widespread Ruin, they would have at least been able to clear out one of the boss monsters. But they're going to need a Witch and Magician to get over these 2 bosses. And then, after they do that, they're going to be left with a 1600 attack point monster on their board. And that is going to make it very difficult for BB to not die on the return. As if they bring in a 7-zone Magician, Tomato is going to be able to use Ultimate Bond to get an Amigal, and then bring in a 3,500 attack point monster. They do have fight in them, but the game is basically over. And this is actually something worth thinking about when you are in a point battle. There is a limited number of there is a limited amount of time to get in as many games as possible. So if they had conceded 4 turns ago, they might have been able to get in another game by the end of the event. And since the event just started, BB is at 0 points, so they aren't actually losing out on anything by conceding and saving themselves 3 or 4 minutes, I suppose, is a little bit more accurate. Gold Rush comes down and wins the game. Welcome, Manarchist. We just heated up some chicken nuggets. Nothing fancy. Let's see what Manarchist is running. Is this potentially a psychic mirror match? Now that I think about it, I do remember Manarchist saying they were going to try to win an event with psychics, but finding another player also coping on the deck was unexpected. Amusing Performer activates the effect, but unless they have a Roman pick to capitalize on this, I'm not sure it's even worth it. Also, Sukura chooses not to attack, likely out of fear of a widespread ruin, unless I miss something preventing them from doing so. But I can almost guarantee you Manarchist is going to be running Negate Attack, and giving them both monsters with no contest doesn't seem like a great idea. Jump Check is able to destroy the Recital, making great use of the Limit 1 card. Otherwise, the Prima Katana was going to have to crash in. But now, Manarchist is in a huge lead. Sugimura is ready to be amped up, and this does mean an Esperade is being added to the top of the deck. Roman pick just barely able to use the effect, with exactly 600 life points. And this means Esperade is going to come in. However, they aren't going to be able to boost with Prima Katana. And that is where things become quite tricky. A Field of Esperade and Giftarist probably wouldn't be strong enough to end the game. And even if you summon out 2 Esperade, that is only 3,500 damage. Not enough. Even if we do assume Manarchist does not have another trap card face down. Alright, we see a Telepathic Agent, which is going to be able to attack directly. But when you use the amped up skill, you're only able to attack directly 1 time. So I'm not sure it really makes a difference. Alright, Esperade comes in as expected, destroying the 2 bosses. Sukura potentially still in the game if they drew into a negate attack and are able to keep that Esperade alive for another turn. But surprisingly, we do not see any other monsters on the board. Perhaps they have another recital face down. I want to play around a Prima Gatorna boosting itself up and over the Esperade. We see the most powerful card in Duelings. A level 1, 100 attack, 100 defense, normal monster. And here comes Future Diviner to draw an extra card. If Manarchist has a second boss monster, it might be game. But it might not be. A recital against a board of Prima Gatorna. Oh, but a second one seals the deal. Unless you see a buffered slime or negate attack. Talismanic Auxiliary, reducing that Esperade all the way down to 1100. And the reason this is a good play is because it means you are now not paying 2,000 life points on the Prima Gatornas. No resistance from the back row. Manarchist claims a victory. Let's go ahead and check out Whistling Bird and Soji, as we haven't seen either of them playing in the event so far. And Soji is up first. Are they running an actual Rebel deck? Or are they simply using Rowa for Hammer Crush Deal? One way to find out. Though we will have to wait one more turn to do so. Whistling Bird opens up with a turn 2 Essel into a Mirror Innovator. However, the card is not live, unless they are able to perform another Tribute Summon. And they do. A second Mirror Innovator comes out. Fortunately, only one of them is able to gain Piercing. Otherwise, Soji would be in a very, very bad spot. There was only one machine in the graveyard. And we are confirmed to be on Rebels. Shadow Buyer going to become level 6. Useful for a Heavy Metal, which is not the one being summoned. It's only a Doom Metal, alongside an Archering Soldier. Doom Metal with 2500 is going to be able to clear out this Mirror Innovator though. And Archering Soldier can clear any level 4 lower monster in the game. But that was only 100 damage. And now Whistling Bird has access to an Eagle to boost Tough Striker. Activate the monster effect, and it's actually an Ace Breaker. Talismanic Auxiliary is going to be able to debuff the Doom Metal to just 900 attack. And the Mirror Innovator, for some reason, goes into defense mode. I would say it plays around a card like Negate Attack, but in this case, it doesn't. It allows the Mirror Innovator to be bested by an Archering Soldier. And if the Doom Metal deck combos off, it destroys all face-up monsters on the field. not just the attack position ones. So duel not gaining the value it otherwise should have. We see 2 copies of Aim Eagle again, but there is no high level monster to use the effect with. Tough Striker goes in over Arching Soldier. And if I were Whistling Bird... Wait a second. There are gazelles in this stack, which means we aren't running the Doom Metal skill. What are we watching? I feel like up until the gazelle came down, this all seemed normal. But without the Doom Metal skill, the card is much more difficult to ever resolve. Surge Bicorn used the effect, and then became a Tough Striker, getting in for a little bit more damage. Whistling Bird with a strong offense. But also, wait, so Death Doom Requiem is able to run Gazelle. I just did not know that. Oh, it has free access to level 4 monsters. Okay. I'm thinking of one of the other skills is restrictions then. A lot of the decks have restrictions on 1400 plus monsters or lock you into the Fiend. Unfortunately for Soji, Shadowbuyer is not going to be able to clear that Grace Princess, and Whistling Bird survives the turn with no damage taken. But they don't draw into any of their own bosses. Shadowbuyer attempts to swing in again, and successfully clears out an Aim Eagle. Unfortunately, also, I'm pretty sure they have drawn 2 Aim Eagles like 3 turns in a row. How do they keep doing it? Is this the power of Surge Bicorn and Mirror Innovator? We see another Doom Metal entering the fray, able to destroy the Avant Wolf. But with 3 back row, I would not expect Whistling Bird to go down so easily. A Mirror Innovator sent to the graveyard, probably one of the cards they were hoping to draw. Only 5 cards in deck. And we see 2 Tough Striker, a Mirror Innovator, and an Ace Breaker. There is likely only 1 more Mirror Innovator in the deck, and maybe, possibly a copy of Gold Rush. Surge Bicorn going to recur another copy of itself alongside the boss monsters before bringing in a Barrel Dragon. But will it hit? And it does. Doom Metal destroyed. Opting for extra damage by destroying the Gazelle, rather than the ability to shut off Soji by destroying the invasion. We see a Talismanic Seal Ray, reducing Barrel Dragon down to 1200. It is currently turn 17. This is a huge battle. And Invasion gets in. But there is no other support from Soji's hand. 3 cards appear stuck there. Here comes a Mirror Innovator, and Seahorse Carrier is going to allow a second boss monster. But Whistling Bird needs to win on this turn, or they might just duck out, unless they use Mirror Innovator to shuffle even more monsters back into the deck, and with 2 copies of it, and a Bicorn for a 3rd boss monster. Things are looking scary. We have already seen the negate attack, but we have not seen a buffered slime. Is Soji going to be able to fend off Whistling Bird's offense? Ace Breaker and 2 Mirror Innovators, all on board. And with this, Whistling Bird is able to put 9 or even 10 cards into the deck, preventing them from ducking out. We see the Surge Bicorn, the Aim Eagles, and more added back to the deck. But they didn't add any high-level monsters, which could be a mistake. Or they simply don't have any. Did they already do it earlier? They did. The Bicorn returned the 3 bosses into the deck. And here comes a recital, but recital is not enough. Acebreaker clears out Invasion. And that is game. Wait. I thought the other invader would have been able to swing in. What did I miss? Oh, there were 2 recitals, not just 1. And that means Whistling Bird is now the one potentially on the back foot. A Death Doom that resolves. Ends the game immediately. But it is instead a heavy metal. Which means Soji is forced to at least land an attack. We have seen negate attack and buffered slime. They aren't going to have any other defenses. Their only hope was a sword and shield to swap that heavy metal down. Let's go ahead and see what Ryan and Shafted Hand are up to next. Welcome, Whistling Bird. Today, we are going for an hour and a half. So, we will be finished, with time to spare for the Quantum Rush event. It's also just our normal amount of time, to be entirely fair. And a Shafted Hand, our first Blue Eyes player of the day. Soul Drake not able to clear out a Dark Magician Girl. But we knew it was tribute set, so not much we can say there. They were probably hoping it was simply an Ancillor. As it appears, Ryan is indeed running the card. Despite 2 back row. These monsters connect and clear out the Blue Eyes Bright Dragon. And the exclusive Blue Eyes Rain skill activates. Kaibaman able to bring out the Bright Dragon for just 1 card. Sports Dragon Pitcher. And Soul Drake. Able to recur a second one. And Kaibaman, show me the Blue Eyes White Dragon. It's unfortunately only the 3rd Bright Dragon. But this is still a powerful board of 3,000 attack point monsters. If not interrupted, 3,000, 4,000. I think it may have actually been game, but negate attack is able to keep Ryan alive. Welcome, Starboy. Hope you're having a good day. Currently, we are running through our weekly point battle. It'll last until, it lasts for about another hour. We are a third of the way through. After this, we have our weekly games with Tomatosaurs planned. And after this, we will finally be playing more cards from the new box. Entering a tournament. I basically finished yesterday's stream, got food, did work, went to sleep, woke up, and then started streaming again. So unfortunately, I haven't had the time to get the 3rd copy of the Blue Eyes cards. But we are going to be running with what we have and seeing if we can figure out a way through that tournament bracket. But before we get to that, let's focus on the game in front of us. We see Talismanic Seal Array to debuff the legendary Blue Eyes White Dragon. But this is not quite lethal, and with a negate attack, Blue Eyes White Dragon and Bright Dragon both stick around. And the set Torn of the Windweaver is absolutely going to seal this game. Shield and Sword to add insult to injury, reducing Ryan's monsters down to 0 attack. Bright Dragon is even able to destroy a monster if it so chooses. But Shafted Hand enters battle and simply swings in. Notably, they took a ton of actions that were completely unnecessary after the Dragon's Inferno. And we are in a timed environment. Showboating in a point battle might just cost you the victory. But there is still plenty of time. And there are still plenty of players we have not spectated yet. Let's go ahead. Aussie and Soda are playing today. Both are on archive skills. So it could be anything. Will it be Blue Eyes? Aggro. Thunder. Harpies. There are so many decks currently seeming to be playable in the meta. And Noodles, one I didn't even mention, managing to sneak through all of the potential archive skills. And it is against something resembling an Aqua deck. It is Noodles with the Aqua engine. This makes sense. Extra Spice, adding a Flavor Inspector to hand, and getting in for that burn damage. But Extra Spice sends a Fire Yarrow instead of a Flavor Inspector for some reason. The Fire Yarrow obviously has more defense points, so I'm not sure why we'd opt for that. Now, we are seeing the Extra Spice, and I would have expected one of those face down cards to be a trap to save it. But Flame Cerebus actually manages to get through no problem. And Extra Spice, backed by traps, is one of the scarier things you can be facing in the game right now. Being able to just go through cards, draw, and burn the opponent down, and then use it in Negate attack to do it all again on the next turn is incredibly powerful. We see a Flame Cerebus, so probably no other 2 tribute monsters in hand. And speaking of Negate attack, Soda has it. Also, we are in a Noodle mirror. Who will reign supreme? Alright, Extra Spice. Going to start burning Yasi as well. Monster Reincarnation for the Arching Soldier, rather than a high-level monster. They are simply choosing to fill out their board with as many strong monsters as they can. Something to note. I'm pretty sure they are running Spicy Elite Noodle Ninja. And with a Talismanic Seal Array, you are barely ever going to be boosting at all with Old Spice's effect. And that's another reason I think the Extra Spice is so strong. But here we have a much bigger play with a ton of normal monsters in the grave. We already saw the Negate attack, but Soda also has access to Slime, keeping them alive for another turn. 5,000. They're going to need to land a Shielded Sword if they want to get that much damage in at once. Unfortunately for them, we have seen Monster Reincarnation. Sorry that you keep queuing into Bungle. I would say try giving it a minute. And is there a reason in particular you won't, or that you want to concede? Rather than playing out the match. It's okay to battle the same person once or twice. Obviously, it is annoying if you do it for the whole 90 minutes. Just because I'm sure you'd like to queue into more variety of people. But usually, if you wait a minute after the battle, you can find someone else instead of immediately clicking on the button. We're gonna go with seeing what Yukichi is playing. Sorry, the matchmaking is not being very good to you. Also, something to note. Today, we are not running the top cut that we have normally been doing for the point battles. This is just a regular 90-minute grind session. And whoever's at the top at the end will be the winner. And we see another Noodle mirror. This time with Soda and Yukichi Reikyu. Old Spice clears over the extra spice, but not before the extra spice managed to get in 1,000 burn damage on the very first turn. Flame Cerberus. And a second one. Noodle Art Reboot going to be able to let one of them walk over the boss. And no trap activates. Noodle Art Reboot being used a second time. We have seen them draw into 2 spice before any copies of extra spice. But as long as they have a few normal monsters in the grave, it isn't so bad. They are also able to start filtering their deck and hopefully find cards like King's Majesty. Oh, and this might actually be the end of it. We see another extra spice come down. And all that stands between Reikyu and victory is a Dosodon. And perhaps a few trap cards. But we see the buffered slime going down. Spice activating the effect. And unless they have the negate attack. But they do. Negate attack and slime are down for Soda. And 1100 is not a lot, but it is enough to survive one more burn from extra spice. We see the Seahorse Carrier. Will they actually be able to build a board here? Dosodon drawing another card. Looks like both of them are running King's Majesty to stop at least one more big attack. Alright, we see a spice. But are we going to see a roastery combo? There are plenty of normal monsters in both players' graveyards. But we also haven't seen any traps from Reikyu just yet. A buffered slime, a negate attack, and even a King's Majesty could be enough to stop this. But we see a Fury Blaze destroying the face down card, which turned out to be a bluff anyway. But also a miscalculation. Soda's monsters only rise up to 2100 and are unable to clear the spice without a copy of Roastery. The game is not over. And Soda is going down. The King's Majesty destroyed by a Fury Blaze. Lethal is on board, but they want the big number. And we are officially over a third of the way through the event. Let's take a look at the current standings. Bungle is in first place and by a landslide, though I have heard it might be from Manarchist queuing and surrendering. Hopefully they were able to find a new partner, and they could. Alright, Tomato is up next. And Tomato landing that turn 1 Essel. They milled a Barrel Dragon, but did not revive it as they had a second copy of the Essel. Barrel Dragon, though, not landing the effect, meaning they are going to need a Mirror Innovator if they want to pierce, but they do not find one. Essel runs into a Doriado and leaves our 7's Axel Road player, presumably, with a card on field. Alright, 7's Sorcery is going to bring in an Overrush rare 7's Road Magician. Element of Road boosting it to 3,300. And Tomato does not have a trap card. The Witch and Magician, backed up by the Doriado that survived the turn, are able to completely wipe out Tomato's board. And we see a Tough Striker into removing this lone back row. Interestingly, even though we had the Tough Striker, it looks like they didn't go for an aim eagle play. But this could be because they have the Bicorn. And here comes a Mirror Innovator. Witch and Magician are definitely going down. Mirror Innovator only shuffling the one monster, but it doesn't need piercing. The reason only one monster was shuffled away is because there were no other machine monsters to target. Notably, the Surge Bicorn also needs to shuffle in machine monsters, so there is no recycling those Torveros or Essels. The new machine deck seems strong, but it looks like 7's Axel Road is definitely in the winning position. All they need to do is find a tribute monster. But if they don't, if they brick and have to go into defense mode, Mirror Innovator is already staring them down. But we see a pretty offensive play. Light Sorcerer of Sanctity entering the board. What will they do next? Are they going to have the Magician's Valkyria for the extra debuff? It doesn't appear so. Presumably this Light Sorcerer is getting tributed off, but will it be for a Torna, another Witch, or nothing at all? 7's Road, Witch is able to bring in another copy of Magician, but because it was not summoned this turn, Witch is capping at 2,000 rather than 2,800, and that means they still don't have the out to both of these monsters. But Torna the Windweaver is going to seal this deal. 2,000 damage direct from... I don't think you actually need to change it over into defense position, but it worked out. Oh, you know what? We haven't seen Ruby at all, so we're going to spectate them next. Let's find out what they're playing and how they are doing. we see Ruby activating a copy of Sparks and setting it right back from the graveyard. I'm going to guess Ruby is playing with the new Spark Hearts Girl, limited 3, and trying to burn the opponent with as many sparks as possible. I mean, it's probably not an optimal strategy, but which is able to bring in a magician, and sometimes you draw well. Perhaps the burn damage will slowly stack up. We see a Spark Hearts Girl in attack mode, trying to clear out a monster. But unfortunately, Yasi had 2 powerful defenders, and it was unlikely to be able to do so. We see Spice ready to boost up the vanilla monsters. And Fury Blaze is going to be looking for a curtain of sparks, which is almost certainly going to be somewhere around here. But Ruby activates instead a Phantom Bind, which only reduces by 100 attack. And they didn't use it on the Flavor Inspector. Why didn't they protect their monster? After realizing this, I think they just immediately conceded. Welcome, Quantum. Personally, I think I like the original art more myself as well. I would make the same play. Now, we do know, Bungle was in first place. So let's see what they are actually playing. Are they on Psychic today? Maybe that's why Manarchist didn't want to play them. Running the mirror match over and over could get pretty annoying. Whereas testing against at least a different deck would be interesting. Alright, we see Prima Katarna coming out. And a Peace Holder. Before a buff, was it worth paying 1,000 life points to deal 600 extra damage? Tough to say. We see the extra spice getting in for some burn. And Talisman of Sealer is going to debuff that Prima Katarna pretty significantly. But Buffered Slime is here to save the day. At the cost of negate attack. A very rough trade. But if you need to use it to survive, then you're going to do it. We see the Can VD with Ready Beat, and they have a Candy on board. Magical Miracle is entering in a Prima Katarna from the grave. And then we see the Can VD. But they aren't going to actually be able to use the effect at all. They clear out the 2 more threatening monsters, but leave a Flavor Inspector on board, allowing the Noodle players an extra card to make a push. An extra spice is especially scary here, but a regular spice as well as Cerebrus will also be boosting over these monsters and ending the game. Noodle Art Reboot finishes the job. Flame Cerebrus clears out Prima Katarna and the Flavor Inspector. And swings in. Let's see what else we have going on. It looks like Yukichi on Noodles has managed to sneak into first place. In terms of players we haven't seen yet, I think Yaon might be the highest placed one we haven't found. But also Red Fire, we have not been able to queue, find in the spectate queue just yet. But here they are with Tsukimura. So let's go ahead and see them. Red Fire and Sukura both on Gakuto, but also both on an archive skill. Looks like Sukura is on Blue Eyes, and Red Fire is on Red Eyes, but this could be the combination Purple Eyes deck. Blue Eyes Bright Dragon is able to use Red Eyes Black Dragon to fulfill its requirement and destroy the opponent's monsters. But until we see a card like that, we probably aren't going to be seeing, it's probably more likely it is a different variant, like a Yami Ruler one. We see here a Urashima Warrior with 0 attack monsters. What could they be running? I don't think they'd be on Beetle. But we do see Taihone number 2. And Sukura is actually running Servant of Dawn rather than the Blue Eyes skill. I thought with these sports dragons, it would have been a shoo-in for Blue Eyes. But here comes a Sky Dragon. Another 1 tribute monster able to boost itself up above the Red Eyes. And they get in for a little bit of damage. But this is not a big push. Giving Red Fire plenty of resources. So Red Fire has resources to build a huge board here. They activate the skill and are able to recur the Red Eyes Black Dragon. Now, since you have so many cards, sometimes you don't even summon the chick, and you keep it in hand for a future turn to be able to use the effect again and get another debuff. And that is exactly what we are seeing here from Red Fire. They perform a regular tribute summon for the Red Eyes Black Dragon, and then they set a bunch of cards face down. And presumably the final card in the hand is the chick that they are keeping for later, with 3 back row on each side. We might be in for a long game. Sukura with a Triad Drago. But are those 2 face-down monsters going to be non-level 3 dragons? A Phoenix Dragon is a good start. But if they want to draw a card with Triad Drago's effect, they're going to need 1 more flip. But instead, we see them tribute off for the Red Eyes Black Dragon. Phoenix Dragon is still around to bring in a second boss monster. And it looks like they are adding a Sky Dragon. With a perfect hand, they could actually end on 3 bosses here. Though 2 of them would be under 2,000 attack. So maybe it isn't that strong after all. And it's much more likely they are simply going to be ending up with a set monster or something like a winged dragon in attack mode. Oh, but it is a twin-edged dragon, capable of attacking twice after discarding the other Sky Dragon from hand, offering a 100 attack total damage boost. Presumably, Servant of Dawn is going to be boosting the other Sky Dragon, allowing it to be Red Eyes Black Dragon, but even if it is stopped by a trap card, you could still crash the Red Eyes into each other, if you desired. Red Fire has a trap, and they are considering it. I mean, if it's something like a buffered slime, it's probably not really that worth it. But if they had anything like a barrier or a Phantom Bind to keep their Red Eyes alive, definitely would have been a good trade. And the Twin Edge crashes into a Sports Dragon Slugger. A Sports Dragon Pitcher. Before getting in for 1,000 damage. Missing out on another 1,000 they could have gotten if the Red Eyes had attacked first. But this isn't that bad either. Giving the opponent above 3,000 means Buffered Slime is a little bit more painful for them to activate. Sorry if the commentary is starting to have some lapse in it. I suddenly feel a little bit dizzy. I think maybe I'm talking too much and too fast that I'm not breathing properly. So, I apologize in advance. Alright, so we see they are actually running the Blue Eyes Bright Dragon, like I had mentioned at the start of the game. Red Eyes and Bright Eyes combine. And Bright Eyes is going to be able to destroy any monster on the opponent's board. They choose the Sky Dragon. Obviously debuffing the Red Eyes disincentivizes them from popping it. But it was technically still their strongest monster on the board. Welcome, Penguin. Alright, and we see a recital. Keeping the Twin Edge Dragon safe for another turn. So a 2,500 and a 2,400. I was about to say, we've seen the Sports Dragons, so a Dragonic Pressure could be likely. What will they discard? Red Fire is going to be at 3,700. And the Sports Dragons are only going to be able to bring in a single attacking boss this turn, which means we are capping out at 2,500 damage. Unless it's specifically a Red Eyes Black Dragon, which then gets boosted by the Servant of Dawn to deal 3,000. And we do see the Phoenix Dragon, but that means no Sports Dragons. And a Sky Dragon attempts to swing in for 2,500. I mean, assuming they do have traps to protect it, this seems fine. We do want to actually be able to deal damage. A Buffered Slime here would mean less damage, but it would also mean using your slime on a non-lethal turn. Same with a negate attack. It all comes down to whether or not keeping those resources around is worth it. Quite the delay. I'm guessing it probably is slime that Fire is considering activating. I don't think the other ones would be that much of a decision point, and they do actually choose to go for it. Assuming they have more spell and trap cards in their deck, and they want to be able to set something next turn, I don't disagree with the play. A pitcher. And presumably a slugger. No. Wait, yes. Okay. Generating an advantage. And as long as it would bring out 2 boss monsters. Wait. Okay. So we see shield and sword. But it's only a 100 point change, as Sky Dragon has a full 1,800 defense. out of nowhere, a Kime ruler, the Dark Decider. Or apparently his name is Raider. But either way, it is able to clear Sky Dragon and hit for 700 damage. We see a Phoenix Dragon though. And recurring the Red Eyes could be enough to clear over this. As I'm pretty sure it is able to be boosted by the skill. Also, we see a CS to hold. A card designed specifically to stop the Sports Dragon plays we just saw. Shield and Sword and Talismanic Seal Array, bringing Kime Ruler down to 400 life, or 400 attack. A Sky Dragon going up to 2500 could end the game. SG started here, the flag mechs have not been working well for you. They seemed pretty interesting to me, but I haven't had the chance to really test them yet. Welcome, Shodo. Hope you're having a good day. So we know the Phoenix Dragon is going to be traded off for a Sky Dragon. But even failing that, there is lethal on board, and the Buffered Slime has been removed. I think there is a good chance Red Fire is also sitting on a negate attack though. So Sugimura might be deciding how much they want to go in. So Shodo, I have the 2 free copies of the structure deck, and I will get the 3rd one soonish. I'll probably make a deck profile on it within a week or 2. I'm usually pretty busy over the weekends. And then I need to actually play games with it, record, edit, etc. But I'm hoping to have it out by next weekend. And a Soul Drake, capable of recurring. Blue Eyes Bright Dragon. But without the Red Eyes Black Dragon, it's not as much of an issue. Heavy Man brings in a 2nd copy of Bright Dragon. Notably, Soul Drake is only able to bring in a level 8 monster, so we weren't able to grab the Red Eyes and get a pop. However, Soul Drake also would have stopped it from attacking anyway. So this is beyond lethal. Bright Dragon into the Twin Edge would be game, but they decided to go for an extra attack by clearing out the Sky Dragon first. And Red Fire takes a turn 12 victory over Sukimura. I will say these games have been much longer on average. But even with that being the case, Yukichi has managed to accumulate nearly 6,000 points, a 2,000 point lead over the 2nd place Yaon. But there is half an hour left, and anything can happen. Let's check in and see what they are even playing. I believe Yaon is the final member of the room that we have not yet had the chance to spectate. And we see a turn 1 burn from Noodles. I'm pretty sure both of our top players are on Noodles currently. The deck is quite strong. And the addition of negate attack over widespread ruin means even more consistently being able to keep your extra spice around to burn more. Red fire. I think the Bright Dragon Rising is actually a pretty good deck. It's the first thing I actually tried with Blue Eyes myself. Though I do need to revisit it when I get the third copy. Shoto, we are currently spectating a point battle. Or basically, I'm organizing this tournament. So we are commentating some of the games and seeing what people are bringing and how it's going. After that, I am going to be playing against Tomato Swords with old cards rather than stuff from the new box. But then after that, I will actually be entering a tournament myself and seeing if I'm able to make it past the first round. I will say, I've entered the Quantum Rush single elimination tournaments twice. The first time, I was immediately eliminated and I was streaming it. Then, when I did not stream it, I made it all the way to the finals before getting kicked out. So we are streaming, which means I'm sure we will pull a funny and lose terribly. One thing I have noticed about this point battle, Noodles, not a new deck, but still very popular. And in contrast, Cybers got an incredible new card, and we have not seen a single Max or Ragnarok or Beyond Curiosity player. I think there is a gap here. We also haven't seen any Hammer Crush deals, to be fair. And here comes Blue Eyes Rain, revealing the Cover Man to grab a Bright Dragon. But the real question is, do they have the Soul Drake to revive the Blue Eyes White Dragon? And they do. They even had a second copy. With Blue Eyes being revived, Bright Dragon pops Cerebus for free, and Soda's board is cleared. Yeah, I did notice Paco was not here today. At least, not in the point battle room. I'm pretty sure we've seen them in some of the chat rooms. Did I get the Overrush rares? I pulled 1 or 2 copies of most of them, but I didn't spend any money on it. So I am definitely missing play sets, and I don't plan on really spending much of anything, if at all, in the box. Grabbing a second copy of the Gold Rush is a little bit tempting, but I'm not going to do it unless a very compelling reason presents itself. With 8,000 gems, what deck can I build in the new box? That is a good question. Were you around? Or are you a new player? Or do you already have decks around? With 8,000 gems, you could definitely grab 2 or 3 Chaos Femtron. But if you don't have Yggdrago and Attitude Hydron and the other Cybus monsters from previous boxes, you aren't going to be able to build the deck very effectively. I'm actually not sure the new box has very much in the way of brand new self-complete decks the way we had Thunder in the other box. I'll go ahead and take a look at that. Real quick. And we'll also go ahead and spectate this game while I answer your question. Load Steel Kaleidometer. So, the Meta Gas deck. You need a bunch of cards from other boxes. I mean, you could technically build dinosaurs, but they aren't very good. Psychics are going to need the bosses from other boxes as well, Mirror Innovator requires a structure deck. If you have at least 2 copies of the Light Machine structure deck, you could give Mirror Innovator a shot. Or you could play it with Magician Shuffle. Chaos Femtron will probably work out pretty well in a Cyber stack if you already own Yggdrago and the other bosses. And that's basically everything. I wouldn't really run Ice Sark, and you'd also need all of the Kime rulers, Semi rulers, Yami rulers from the other box as well. So as for whether I prefer the regular or the Overrush fairs, it depends on the card. I think Gold Rush looks great, but I think the Seven Magician probably just looks better as the regular art. But it's also very good on the maximum monsters. And then, why are they making the new styles for the cards? So they can sell us things for more money. Alright, we see a Prima Gatarna. And they add the candy to hand. I feel like this skill is rough, though. Having to return a card to the deck when the Noodles just get the card for free seems a little bit suspicious. And also the Kaiba Man skill does the same thing. But that makes sense as it's based on the Red Eye skill that performs a really similar strategy. I think talking a lot is basically the entire thing I'm supposed to be doing while live. I know a lot of people will get bored very easily if I'm just sitting here silently. Though, I mean, sometimes it is better to just shut up and watch the game, because the gameplay is going to be more interesting than whatever I'm actually saying. So, Manarchist only needs to deal 2,400. BB has a widespread in the graveyard. And with Talisman of Sealer, unless they have a slime, this could be lethal. But it's not quite, I think. Yep, and living with 700. Manarchist open to a counterattack, but with 3 set cards. BB is probably going to be unlikely to make a push. They don't even find any boss monsters. So they set 3 and pass, and Manarchist actually also probably not going to be able to end the game. We see a delay, meaning BB almost certainly has access to a slime. But there's no reason for them to activate it here. The question is how they are going to be able to push through these back row. We see the shield and sword, and they are going to go for lethal over the 0 attack point monsters. But assuming Manarchist flips their own negate attack, and then BB flips their own slime, Manarchist can then flip their slime. And with more battle-ending trap cards, Manarchist might be able to pull off a win. But this does assume 2 of the 3 back row are the 2 good traps, rather than random spells. Though this is accentuated by the fact that Manarchist already has 3 spell cards in the graveyard, and they probably aren't running more than 7 or 8 total spells. Meaning, there is nearly a guarantee of one of those powerful trap cards being in the back. Alright, we see 7 Magician, buffed up to 3,900, but I think BB is using too many resources here. They are pushing in for lethal, when they already have more than enough damage. And it is absolutely going to be stopped right away by whatever Manarchist flips up. Alright, the 7 magic attack and an immediate slime activation. Still able to clear out 2 of the 3 monsters, but with only 700 life. A single boss of just about any kind could end it. Another Prima Katana on stage. But it is actually only 600 damage, forcing Manarchist to pay the 1,000 life points. And BB is able to activate their own slime now. Unless it truly was something else. But no, as predicted, we see slime, protecting BB for one more turn. And now it comes down to whether Manarchist has negate attack in the back row. BB actually also very close to ducking out. And we've seen all 3 7-zone magicians hit the graveyard. So they might not have the actual resources needed to survive. And Paco, yeah, I didn't notice it on the last turn, just how low the deck was. But if they sealed a raid, why did they not put back... Oh, they did put back a 7-zone magician. Am I just stupid? I'm very confused now. Because I'm pretty sure we just saw all 3 of them. Oh, did the buffered slime mill it? The buffered slime milled the 7-zone magician that BB put back into the deck with Seal Array. That is rough. Magical Stream is activating. But are they going to ever be able to deal enough damage here? 100 from the Valkyria and 900 from a Torna is not enough. I'm currently out of gems showdown, but I do have a lot of characters I could very quickly level up to get any number I need. Wait. With the Sparkhearts girl, they actually would have had enough to win the game. 1400 and 100 is an exact lethal, but negate attack ends it. And Manarchist picks up a win from a very close, very tight game. We have just 15 minutes left. And we still see Yukichi in at first, though other players are starting to catch up. The gap has narrowed. If Bungle is able to pull in a win with their Psychic deck, they could claim first place. But I also don't see them in the list of spectators. Currently, Yukichi with Noodles is still in first place. But if they lose to Sukura, they are going to fall to 4,200 points. And then they won't be able to probably finish another game in time. And anyone who was close to them and wins their own game is going to be up in total points. We see Sugimura start with a set 3. So Yukichi is probably looking for an extra spice here to be able to get in some burn damage through the defensive board. Unfortunately, they open up with a full house. and are just going to be swinging in over some random monsters. A gazelle does mean there is a chance to run into a Pakachu or a silver wolf, but unfortunately, they crash stock into a pitcher and are unable to clear. And Sukura's Servant of Dawn activates, buffing Gazelle. I suppose this does play a little bit around a Widespread Ruin by spreading out the attack buffs. But let's see if the Twin-Edged Dragon is able to clear. It does not. So this is Dragon Dawn. Rather than just running a copy of Dragius, Sugimura is hard on the dragons, running cards like Sports Dragon, Pitcher, and Slugger, Dragonic Pressure, and Red Eyes Black Dragon. Spice, the Elite Noodle Ninja, is here to buff up the board. But it is so early in the game, there are barely any normal monsters. Even so, it is worth a total of 800 attack point boost, though now down to just 600. But if they bring in another boss monster, we will be in business. And we see a second copy of Spice. And things become much more dangerous now. There are 6 normal monsters in the graveyard, providing a 1200 boost times 2. As a second Spice is then able to activate the effect. We see them swing in for 2500, and they were just a few monsters away from a lethal push. They could have swung in for an additional 400 by swinging into the Gazelle, but clearing out the Sky Dragon is almost definitely the correct move. We also see 2 face-down cards. Sugimura is going to need to draw a Shield and Sword to make a big play here. Dragonic Pressure is going to clear the board, but it costs too many resources. There is only a single card remaining in their hand. And even if they get a check into the Red Eyes Black Dragon, it's not all that much. They also don't even have a Slugger, so they can't do Pitcher into Slugger for a defensive play. Phoenix Dragon discarding the Ancient Arise to grab the Sky Dragon. And they are going to be able to swing in for 2500. But a lone 1900 attack point monster is not going to keep Sugimura safe. And at 1000 life points remaining, all Yukichi needs to do is draw extra Spice and a way to bring it out. We have not seen any copies of it so far. I mean, even a Flame Cerebrus and any other normal monster would be enough here. Or even if one of those face-down cards is a Talisman Auxiliary, any low-level monster would then do the job. Well, it would be 2. But we see the Noodle Art reboot. Up to 2700. That is 800 damage. A 200 attack point normal monster could have ended it for Yukichi. But it looks like their other 3 cards are all tribute monsters. Incredible. Talisman Auxiliary could just end this game. An incredibly unlikely draw to not be able to win the game against a lone Sky Dragon and no back row. Winged Dragon, and Twin Edge coming down. Yukichi has not activated any trap cards yet. So let's see if this connects or not. And it does. And that's an additional 2,400 direct. Yukichi, after having first place for so long during this point battle, bricks on their final game. Well, I mean, maybe not the final game, but a game so late in the tournament. Even if they win another round, they will be going up to 5,400, which is not enough to capture Yaon's spot. Yaon, might just have won the point battle had they not queued at all. But we see Whistling Bird is in a fierce competition with them. And if Yaon loses this game, they will also tumble back down into second, most likely. Whistling Bird revealing a Voltricorn. I was gonna say this suggests they are on machines, but technically this doesn't actually give us any information at all. As with only 1,200 attack and a level of 3, most decks in the game are able to run this as a utility monster. Here comes Fire Yarrow, and the Extra Spice got in for a burn. And Whistling Bird's face down card is not a trap. 5,300 damage in just one turn. I think there was one player on Amped Up, and then a couple of players running the Can We D skill. 7th edition. Oh, and Whistling Bird is a Magnum Overlord player. I thought they might have been on Machine or 7's Axel Road. The Crafted Drone is an interesting choice. Normally, players are trying to hold all of these Overlord pieces in their hand. But Extra Spice gets in and finishes the game before we can even finish that thought. So the Crafted Drone really is only able to filter out additional copies of the maximum pieces that you don't want. You aren't really running any other machine type monsters. I was trying to click on Tomato's game, but apparently we got into Yukichi instead. So we are going to exit. Oh, and I guess Tomato's game finished, which is why I was not able to find it. I know we've had some quick and wild duels as we round into the final stretch. Yaon 6,800, and Manarchist, after conceding several games in a row to Bungle, has risen all the way up to 2nd place. Even if they win though, Yaon is technically in the lead. Though if Yaon loses to Soji, and Manarchist manages to win this game, and both of these games finish by the cutoff, then Manarchist just might be able to win the point battle, running Psychics, taking out all of the Noodle players that have been dominating the top of the leaderboard. Enjoy your weekend, Shodo. And Soda coming in with an aggressive double flame Cerebrus, beating over the Can We D as Manarchist did not have a trap card face down. Presumably this is going to be something like a Talismanic Seal Ray, or maybe a spell trap removal that they aren't currently able to use. Ready beat, revealing a Prima Guitarna, and then a Magical Miracle, but without a Candy on board. Magical is unable to become the second boss monster. Pimple Katana swings in for just 100 damage. And Soda is in a pretty commanding lead. We see a Descendant of Titans and a Flavor Inspector come down. And a Tribute Summon for an extra spice would be incredible. Regular spice, not too bad either. Fury Blaze, able to destroy Manarchist face down Jampy track. As we expected, it was indeed a random spell card. Noodle Reboot, actually a bit of a misplay from Soda here. We already know the set monster is a Magical Miracle. So we could have gotten in for 200 extra damage had we used Spice's effect first. Fortunately for Sota, it doesn't matter, as they managed to land lethal by 100. But had they missed the lethal and somehow managed to lose the game afterwards, it would have been an incredible reversal. There are only 4 minutes left. Yaon, 6,800. Yukichi, 5,300. In order for Yukichi to win the game, Yaon needs to lose. So let's spectate. And we can see Yaon is still in battle with Soji. This game has been going on for a few minutes. And I think seeing that Roa might explain why. Rebel decks tend to take a little bit longer if they are running the trap heavy variants. We see a Death Doom Requiem, but there is no ability for using any of these wearable boss monsters effects currently. Oh, and it looks like Soji opens with a full house rather than a tribute play. And the invasion is just here to set up a phaser for a future turn while offering some defense. Nobody's running any copies of Pierce, so you don't need to worry about that invasion being a liability. Fire Arrow swings in, but a Music Princess Recital is able to stop the attack. Arching Soldier gets in, and Soji is down to 4,700. But they are a little bit more set up now. They set 4 more cards and pass. The Noodle deck probably doesn't have a ton of ways to actually get through a set 3 board. And this means Soji is going to be able to stall until they draw a Death Doom combo. And then Yaon is taking 1,500 damage plus 25 from Death Doom, plus whatever else they summon. However, the game is not that simple, as Yaon also has a full 3 back row, and we actually see a Royal Rebels invasion instead. But they did manage to tribute 2 level 7 monsters, meaning Arching Soldier and Fire Yarrow are down. Invasion has just enough attack to clear Spice, but Yaon opts for a negate attack. Seahorse Carrier, I think the Kanan is going to be able to get in a new boss monster. We're really looking for extra spices to get in for some burn. Soji has 3 back row, and I would be surprised if this first attack gets through. As expected, negate attack is able to stop this entire push, which is why I would have liked to see an extra spice to go in for some burn damage. Heavy Metal, destroying the Flame Cerebrus, and Yaon isn't able to use a Sword and Shield as all of their monsters have 0 defense. Talismanic Sealerite is going to be a massive debuff. But I don't think this is quite lethal, so a Buffered Slime is unlikely to actually come in. Genie's Fire Breath being activated perhaps a little bit preemptively, as we already saw the negate attack, and there are no widespread ruins to be worried about. However, by activating Fire Breath, Yaon is now drawing 1 fewer card on the next turn, making it that much harder to out. The Heavy Metal plus Arching Soldier. Looks like they are going for a set 2. And then the Fire Yarrow presumably is coming into a Flame Cerebrus. No, they actually have an extra spice and are going for the draw now. But Soji with 3,700 is probably not going down just yet. we see a seahorse carrier, potentially allowing another boss monster to enter the fray. And then with Noodle Art Reboot, they would be set to deal another 1,000 and draw again. Monster Reincarnation. They actually opt to go for Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja. I wonder what their final card in hand could be. We have seen negative attack from Soji, but we have not seen the slime. And there's a hold. By paying 2,000 life points, Soji is able to survive one more turn. Show me a Doom Metal. We have a phaser in the graveyard. And a heavy metal. Death Doom Requiem. Activating. But I have noticed. Yaon is saved by the bell. It has exceeded the point battle's ending. This Doom Metal is resolving and winning Soji the game. But Yaon will not be losing any points because they were able to hold on until the end. Let's go ahead and take a look at the final results. Wow, I came in 15th place. I'm so bad at this game. And the winner is Yaon. I'll go ahead and ping for a few of the top players' deck lists. How'd Tomato end up doing? I'm gonna say they probably stopped playing about halfway through. But hopefully Tomato is here. And Quantum. Yes, we are gonna post the deck list in the Discord. I've just pinged the top 5 players. So once we get those, I'm gonna go ahead and send them over to Classless, and Classless will post the results. I'm pretty sure the top 5 had 2 or 3 Noodle players in it. A pretty impressive showing for the deck. I wonder if these are Speed or Rush SR/UR Rush tickets. Oh, they are red. 4 Rush ones. Right. Okay. Alright, so Tomato is here, which means it is time for part 2 of the stream, where we make a nice little duel room. And I lose terribly. Tomato, I'm gonna go ahead and send you the room code, but I'm also going to have to spend a minute to go get some new water. I figure we have just finished the point battle, so we are taking a short 1 to 2 minute break while we get this next section set up. Tomato is already in the room. Perfect. But I will be right back. Okay, so I am back. And I will go ahead and give Tomato a call. Oh, I also need to actually make sure I have set my deck correctly. Don't want to be queuing in with anything too powerful here. Set character and time to figure out Discord. Stop the... Hello? Hello? Oh, okay. I can hear you. It was just a little bit low. And then I have to remember to turn you up over in studio as well. So I think...
Yeah, audio balancing and just sound in general is just the absolute worst.
I agree. So, for those of you not familiar with what is going on, you know, obviously we have 3 new boxes. The structure deck, the mini box, and the selection box. Tomato and I are here to ignore all of that and play with a bunch of really old cards. Every week, we are going through the real-life Rush Duel set releases, and we have just hit the first maximum pack. So today, we are going to have an Yggdrago versus Overlord showdown. Tomato, how was your deck building process?
I want to feel confident going into this based on these matchups, but I am getting thoroughly thrashed every single week. I think I should be favored in this one, but my self-esteem and my ego is now at such a low point that I think you might still beat me anyway.
I mean, I definitely agree that you are favored this week. For those that don't know, I am on Cybers. And if you've played Duel Links with Cybers, you might be thinking Attitude Hydron is a pretty good boss monster. We just got Chaos Femtron. We have tons of different 1500 attack point monsters we are able to run. However, none of those are legal. All of them came out several months afterwards. In contrast, if you go look at a Magnum Overlord list, we have Magnum Overlord, we have Torna, Seven Sword Magician, Mystic Dealer, even the Spark Hearts girl. Though we aren't going to see that because I'm sure you're running a full set of the maximum. Basically, building a pure cyber stack was not possible. So I've cooked up something that I think might be able to summon Yggdrago if I'm able to survive long enough. I think I did test this out in King of Games, and I went 5-0. But it isn't a good deck. My opponents basically just bricked or disconnected a ton of games in a row. But if you're ready, let's hop in.
We take those, right? A win is a win.
Absolutely. Good luck and have fun.
Yeah, good luck. Let's not too much luck though. I would like to win this week.
I believe in you.
Alright.
Speaking of luck, I have gotten the first coin flip. So we'll see how my hand is looking. Not the worst I could have gotten. But definitely not the best either. I'm gonna go ahead and bring in 2 copies of Seahorse Server, my favorite Cybers monster.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
And I will activate my skill, set Party Party Party. This allows me to send both of my Seahorse servers into defense mode to gain 800 life. And then I tribute summon out the one and only Dion Keto, the Boogie Master. Another fantastic Cybers boss. I'll end my turn there.
Okay. I have to make a bit of a weird... I guess it's not that weird. I think it's the only real play I have. So I'm going to go ahead and use Maximum Overload.
I was hoping you just wouldn't draw any.
We'll go ahead and send this lovely middle piece, and then I'm going to summon out this lovely middle piece, which you'll see in a sec. He's a bit shy at the moment. There he goes. We're going to set a back row, and am I going to try and get like a little bit aggressive? I don't think there's really much of a reason to. I think... no, we will. It's more fun to get aggressive. It's more fun to get aggressive. We'll tribute out the Tawner. We'll go to battle, and we will try and get in for some damage. And we'll just pass. By putting Supreme Machine Magnum Overlord back on top of the deck.
Yeah, so I did want to just end my turn previously when I saw the Torn of the Windweaver. But I knew you had Torna, so I didn't want to end on 2 Seahorse servers, so I went for the Tribute Summon, and just hoping you weren't able to, draw a maximum piece and out it. But now, I have a question for you. Why is the sky blue? Why are mountains tall? And whatever the rest of that chant is. I have literally no idea. But here comes the turn to Yggdrago.
Just hard draw it. This was supposed to be my week.
I'll destroy Torn of the Windweaver and remove that pesky Magnum Overlord head. And I end my turn.
That's right, I'll just draw mine. Unfortunately, that is not quite what I need. I think we might be okay. I'd have to... Oh, I have to do this in a very specific way. So I have to use this, but I also need this to get to a certain number. So... means I'm going to need at least one of these. Which means I could just do it this way, right? Let me double check my maths before I completely throw away the game. So, that'd be that plus that. Yes, that should be. Alright, we'll summon Mystic Dealer. We'll activate the effect. And we'll throw away this Doriado to draw a card. Then I can activate Maximum Overload. We'll send this, set this, and weaken Yggdrago. Then we'll flip over Seven's Road, activate its effect, which puts him just over. We'll then set and go to battle and clear it out, and then get him for 1,000. Now, please do not summon another Yggdrago. That would be really nice.
I will draw. And this is a little awkward. What do I want to do here? I mean, we have already seen a Torn of the Windweaver. But I feel like I can't really stall either. And now there's a chance of an actual Phantom Bind. Just killing me. I think we are simply going to set to and end turn.
Okay, well, let's see what we can draw. I mean, these aren't bad. I think we should be able to wrap this up. It depends, really. It depends whether... I suppose no matter what you've got, I think your monsters should have low defense either way. That's what we're going to go with. So I'm going to set, and then I'm going to tribute 2 monsters. And summon out the Seven's Road Magician. We're going to go ahead and fire off our effect, ×2. And then we're going to use Pierce. And we're going to use Pierce.
Oh no.
And these should have low defense, right? This could be a Canaan, but I think even if it was double Canaan, we're still fine.
And And that is game 1. Congratulations. I summoned the maximum, but you won the game.
Somehow.
I will simply do better in the next one and draw the turn 1 maximum instead of the turn 3 one.
It's always the worry, because my maximum is supposed to be like the counter to your maximum. So it's always a bit awkward for the Cybus player anyway.
Okay. This could be a better start. I'm going to bring in Seahorse Server. And this time, I have 2 Kanon. Which means I actually get a full board. Let's go ahead, set our party. Seahorse Server to gain some life. And gain an additional 1,200 by changing our board into defense mode. And with that, we end. 7,700. Surely we have more than enough life to survive forever, even if you're running multiple Pierce.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and tribute summon out Torna. We're going to go ahead and use Torna's effect, and we're going to discard Torna. I think here we're just going to change this to attack. I'm going to set a back row and go to battle, because this hand, unfortunately, is not the best. And then we'll just pass.
Alright, I'm going to draw for turn. And it is once again time. Life. Whatever the else of the rest of the chant is. Except this time it's just a normal tribute summon. But I will be bringing in...
That's very underwhelming.
I don't know. I'm perfectly whelmed myself. As Yggdrago now gets the traditional left and right pieces. Dion Keto and Kanon. Enter
Makes
battle
sense.
and swing in. And this is... I think this is a pretty good board. There is always the chance you draw into the other Magnum Overlord pieces, but you didn't activate the skill to bring in the second Torna. So I don't think you're sitting on them.
So I'll just hard draw all of it now. Not quite. We will use our Overload skill this time. We'll set this out. And I would love to reduce one of your monsters. I think D and Keto could do with losing a few attack points. We'll flip this up. We'll then set 2 monsters. And we'll go ahead and perform a tribute summon to get out the second Sevens Road. That's what we were bricking on last time. We'll go ahead and fire off their effects. And then I think we just have to clean up this board as best we can. And then pass. You simply will not draw the maximum.
You are correct. And unfortunately, I am at risk of just getting pierced again, huh? But I'm at 37, and you are missing a few attributes. So, it might be okay. We set a bunch of monsters, and we end.
Right, let's see what we get. Huh. Well, let's go for Seven's Road Magician. And let's go for Seven's Road Magician. And then you know what? We're going to activate Pierce.
Alright.
We'll target this one. And then you know what we're going to do? We're going to activate Pierce. Isn't this how Yuga beat Nail in the show?
I think
Just
so.
pierced over his Kanan?
I was hoping all the
That's
life
not how I
gain
thought this was
would
gonna
help.
go.
but the Pierces really got to me. I wasn't expecting so many copies.
Well, the logic is that there are ways to like infinitely stall this out, as well as you could have had, because you could have been using only 2 copies of the middle piece of Yggdrago and then brought the Majesty. And I was like, well, I just want to have ways that if you can just sit there and stall, that I can still get to you. So that was the logic behind it.
I mean, it definitely worked out. Would you like a game 3?
Yeah, let's go.
Unfortunately, I don't even have access to Kanon. Not that it would have mattered in these cases.
Oh, is she not released yet?
Yeah.
I wasn't really planning on playing it in this deck. I'm trying to think now. Can you even... Because I think my skill limits me to spellcasters and machines only, right?
That's correct. We're gonna be setting and passing.
Okay. I think I'm gonna do something similar. Just a bunch of face down cards, and then we'll just pass.
I'm gonna go ahead and summon our good old friend, the Boogie Master. And I activate the effect, discarding a Boogie Master. Head into battle and swing.
3 cards in hand. So either you're bricked up on tributes or you're hoarding maximum pieces.
I would never.
3 cards. You wouldn't keep spares, no matter what. So I'm going to say you've got like 2 tributes and a maximum piece. But then I think if you had just 2 tributes, you would just set anyway. I think if you had bricks as well. Nah, because you couldn't... You've already discarded. I have no idea. I have no idea. Do we try to deal with this? I think we do, right? There's no reason not to. We will go ahead and maximum overload. We will discard a card. Summon this out. I would love to weaken your D and Keto. Now, I have no idea what your back row is, actually. I think I actually haven't seen you play any spell trap outside of your party. So I have no idea what that is. I guess we will. All right, let's get a little bit aggressive. We'll summon out everybody's favorite Doriado. We'll tribute it. And so, wait a minute. I've actually just thought of something. I might be cheating. Is Doriado out yet?
Doriado.
Illusion Strike. No, we're fine.
Okay.
We're just fine.
Darn.
Oh, wait, are we? Yeah. Ancient Arise Dragons in it. Yeah, we're fine. I'm not cheating. I wouldn't cheat. Who would cheat? But we do have the Sevens Road, and we do have the Fire Golem. We'll go ahead and use Sevens Road, and then we'll just go to battle and try to bash through and get some damage in. And then we'll pass. I would really like to actually summon my maximum at some point, but it's just not quite coming together.
That is how maximum decks tend to go.
But you summoned Yggdrago twice.
Did I?
Oh, wait, no. You did the summon chant twice. It's basically the same thing.
I agree. So, as you might expect, my card is the party. I'll gain some life. Activate the skill to set it back onto the board again. Unfortunately, I can't use it again to gain even more. But I can go ahead and tribute off for a Dion Keto. And then 3,400. I mean, this is a little bit rough. But we are going to swing over that 7-zone Magician. Unless we get a Phantom Bind. But I'm assuming you're just, like, only on Pierce today. Because you knew there weren't enough Cyber sponsors for it to make a difference for Yggdrago.
Yeah, that was the logic.
So, I probably could have played a game
I've been
one
trying to get
differently.
too smart, and it's not been working. All right. I guess we just because I know what your back row is, right? So I don't have to worry about literally anything. I think sitting here thinking about things is going to lead to nothing happening. So we'll just do this. Weaken this, flip it up, activate this, and then I guess just to show you, is this lethal? Yeah, it's more, way over lethal, right? I'll just show you. I had the pierce
And the other one.
and the other pierce. Because, you know, we got to always have the multiple pierce. That's the Magnum Overlord special.
And that is a clean 3-0 sweep. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
A very even, very balanced matchup. It was really anyone's game.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what we do next week, actually. Because we're starting to get to the point where a lot of the sets aren't going to have a lot of stuff for us anymore.
What is the next one? Is it KPO 4?
Yes.
Oh, all the Asana cards that we don't have in the game. I see.
That's right, we can play Jinzo.
We get Grace Princess Kana, Descendant of Titans.
Mirror Innovator.
Okay, that one's actually pretty good.
Yeah, but one of us gets that. What's the other one getting?
I mean, Semi-Ruler, the Dark Summoner. That is in Duel Links.
A Sword and Shield here.
Oh?
You can finally use the trap card.
Yeah,
there's not a lot else in there, is there? Unfortunately.
I mean, if you want the machines, I can go backwards and just play some deck we haven't seen yet. I'm sure with all of the other sets, there ought to be, like, something we skipped in KPO 3, etc. Maybe I'll bring, like, an actual Aqua deck instead of this weird mishmash. Or something else.
If you're okay with that.
Yeah.
Machines have always been a favorite of mine. I've always been a big fan of the machines, personally.
Yeah, go for it. I mean, do you even have any of the other machines, though? Or is it just Mirror Innovator? Because Tough Striker and Acebreaker are definitely both promo cards for the video game. And I don't know if this came out before or after that. So I'm sure that'll be fun to investigate.
I think the video game came out a little bit after this.
Then,
but there's probably, like, there's probably enough stuff that I could do something. Look, Type Change Beam is in here. I could make a type Change Beam Mirror Innovator deck.
Perfect.
Yeah, we'll figure out something.
Yeah. Alright, so I'll leave the machines to you, and I'll figure out something else myself. Thank you for joining me. Are you playing in the Quantum event? In an hour.
I think I will. I want to just kind of test stuff. I'm not really sure what I think's good out of the new box yet. I keep, like, changing my opinions, but I suppose that's, you know, day one stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think the box is not that... well, okay. I think Mirror Innovator and the machine cards are probably decent. I don't know how much of a selection box run you need for cards like 7 Shift or Gold Rush. But I mean, the machine cards are just obviously very good. We have Dealer, Double Tributes, Mirror Innovator. I think we didn't see it in the point battle, but Chaos Femtron and Yggdrago should be viable now. Everything else I'm not really sure about. I think Blue Eyes is probably good, but that's not really in the box.
Yeah. Blue Eyes feels like it's almost there, but then the skill forces you to play 7 tribute monsters, and then it just feels a little bit bricky sometimes. I don't know. It's a weird one.
I mean, have you tried any of the other variants? There are a ton of Blue Eyes decks going around, and I don't know what the best one is. Obviously, we have Blue Eyes Rain, like you mentioned. But you could also run the Black Dragon Rising, and that basically lets you recur the Red Eyes to use Bright Dragon's Destruction effect, since it works with any Legend Lore monster. Then I've also seen players on Advanced Burst Draw and some more traps, with the idea being you are now able to get 2 Blue Eyes White Dragons into your deck. or just use it as a regular search for the blue eyes so your bright dragons are actually online. And you can pair it with Soul Drake once the blue eyes is in rotation. And then you can even just use regular legend draw to be able to run no restrictions at all and just play aggro with a blue eyes package. And probably something else I'm not remembering either.
A lot of the skills that we have in the game now are so powerful. Like, there are a lot of skills we have that just kind of plus you now. So whenever we get a skill that doesn't, like, do something very, very impressive, it always feels a little bit underwhelming to me now. Like, I look at, like, the Noodle skill or the... I mean, the Noodle skill is the one that's going to be, like, most fresh in my mind. But that, just being able to, like, plus off of that is just so good, right? And I'm now, like, could all skills plus me now, so it feels good.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the Noodles are a little bit more challenged if they weren't getting the +1, compared to, say... I mean, I guess Hammer Crush Deal is technically a +1. You're just intended to immediately discard the card.
It's like investing, right? You invest in a card and then you have to pay it back later, or like it's like a loan. It's probably a better way to say it.
But yeah, I mean, especially with like the semi-ruler skill, that one shouldn't make you need to return a card.
Yeah, I do not know what Konami was thinking with that one.
But like, I think Black Dragon Rising returning a card is fine because it like is decent.
Yeah.
I think if the Blue Eyes deck didn't need to run the random extra tribute monster, it'd probably be in a better spot. What have you been using to fill in the slots? Like Torna, Dorotheo?
Yeah, basically been on Torna.
Yeah.
So the logic is that level 6s, when you're running 7 high-level monsters, if you're running a couple of level 6s, it doesn't feel as bad, as well as Blue Eyes really struggles to beat set 3 pass, and Torna beats set 3 pass, right? That's the logic.
You could run, well, actually, no, you can't, because of the skill. I was gonna say, when I was playing with the Red Eyes variant, I was using Kime Ruler as my way to get through the set 3s, to just go in and deal a bunch of damage.
Doesn't that... So, what? So you were playing Red Eyes, how many Kime Ruler, and then I assume 3 of the Blue Eyes Shining? What was it called?
Yeah, so you'd run 3 Bright Dragon, maybe like 1 Righteous Dragon just to have something that filters into the high levels, and then 2 or 3 Kime Ruler just to fill in the rest of the requirement. And then it's not as bricky as it sounds, because you have the 3 Kaiba Man for the Bright Dragons, the 3 Chicks for the Red Eyes, and some slots might even be a Righteous Dragon to kind of turn itself into a boss monster. And then Reincarnation and like the Aqua Engine to fix the hands.
Yeah, I've been on the Aqua Engine in my build at the moment. It's a hard one. You want to fit just kind of more engines in, but there's just not enough room. It's difficult. But I think it's mainly just the 7 high-level requirement. Obviously, it feels a little bit like the old Red Eyes skill, right? Where it's like you have to have 7 high-level monsters. It's like, could I just not? Right? I like about 5 feels about good.
Yeah, I think 5 to 6 is probably what I would want to run. Though, I guess lately I've been playing a lot of decks where I'm basically forced to run like 7 or 8 monsters. Stuff like the Kime Ruler deck. No, not Kime Ruler. Ice Dark. Because you need to run that. You need to run like 4 names to send to the graveyard. And then Tengu is a 1 tribute 2800, which sounds pretty good. But you can't really just queue up with 10 tribute monsters and not brick. So it's definitely a challenge. I wonder if you could run it, just, like, not actually aiming for the effect that much. Just run it like a Servant of Dawn deck, where you're just like, I have a 2800 1 tribute monster, and a 3000 attack 2 tribute. And then run, like, 1 Kime Ruler and 1 Yami Ruler. But no, you need 3 in order to use the effect.
Yeah, you need... We were trying to build decks on stream the other day, and we kept running into this issue of like, oh, okay, it almost looks good, and then it's like, oh no, you actually need a 3rd named guy, and then it's like, well, you could have 2 of one name and then 1 of another name, but then you can brick in a way where if you've got only the two that have the same name left in your deck, you can't then send them both to the graveyard because the skill specifically says they need to have different names.
Yeah, so it's probably not going to end up being that good.
It's a shame.
I mean, you
I
could
want
just
these
use it
weird
as a way to
decks
mill
be really
yourself. Is there any payoff to having a bunch of monsters in the graveyard? Not unless it's like Attribute, which doesn't work with the skill.
Yeah, you'd only really get like Talismanic Seal Array, maybe Siesta Torero sort of effects, but
I don't know.
All right, but these were good games. I'm going to head off now, and I assume we'll run into each other in the Quantum Tournament. Naturally, we'll just be queued against each other in round 1 or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll just lose round 0 somehow. I mean, I'm pretty sure I did submit my deck, but who knows? Maybe I'll just queue in with the wrong thing, or lose track of time. That is the most likely one. Is that it's going to reach, like, 5... It starts in, like, what, an hour? I'm just going to, like, be playing auto duels and completely forget. But thank you for the games. And I might be seeing you later. Have a good night.
Goodbye.
So that was fun. Let me go make sure I send Classless the deck list. Events. And then we'll probably queue into the ladder for about half an hour before the event starts. While I am doing this, I'll put on some auto duel content for you to see. Oh wait, and I'm actually going to remember to turn down the volume before I resume the music. Still kind of loud in mine, but should be good. And I will catch up in chat in just 1 minute. I just need to send the deck list over to Klaus. It was definitely a Noodle sweep. 3 of the top 4 players were all on Noodles. The deck absolutely proving itself to be a contender. It makes me almost want to change over to Noodles for the tournament. Actually, how do I run a poll? For anybody watching, I will let you guys choose. I will either run Noodles or Blue Eyes Aggro. Let me see if I can find my list. So I've got this Legend Draw Blue Eyes deck. I only have 2 copies of the deck right now. And I'm running like a small Dino package with Urabi, and then just trying to get value with Legend Draw into the Blue Eyes early, and then Soul Drake and Reincarnation to recur out our bosses. Then we have Essel, and not a ton of advantage generators, but the Cover Man can bring in Bright, and the King Rex can bring in Urabi. And then we have the normal traps. Or the other option is Noodle Ninja. Let me set up a poll. Create new. What should I run in the tournament? Blue Eyes, Noodles. I'll leave that open for a couple of minutes on Twitch. And then, how do I actually set it up on YouTube? Because I want all of you to be able to watch as well. Or vote as well, I mean. And I'm pretty sure it is an option. I don't want to make a whole... No. I don't think this is right. I mean, I'll just read what chat says. So if anyone on YouTube wants to vote, just tell me what you wanted. And now it's time for me to scroll back up. Suji says, gonna stick with Rebels. Tomato 1. Wow, so you only needed $20 to finish out the third run of the selection box. That's impressive. Adam says the Righteous Dragon is good, but the Harpy skill is better than something like the Noodles. The Harpy skill might actually be the best skill. Even if it isn't the best stack, having a built-in out to set 3 pass, and getting your monsters over 2,500, and running all 1-beat monsters is a pretty good thing. And traps, Noodles, Servant of Dawn at home. Yeah, this deck is very much Servant of Dawn at home. I don't disagree with you there. Looks like people are voting mostly for Noodles based on the chat, but I should actually see what the results were over here. No, Blue Eyes won 4-1 actually. So the poll itself says 4 votes for Blue Eyes and 1 vote for Noodles. But then if I go to the Twitch chat, I have Suji and Desmume both voting for Noodles as well. And I can't, oh wait, vote breakdown. No. Okay. I can't actually see, like, which players voted which. But I think Blue Eyes did win the vote. So let's hop onto the ladder and see if we are able to actually have the deck function. I have played 0 games with this deck. There were 1 or maybe 2 players on machines during the point battle. Also, just realized I was still recording. I can go ahead and stop that. I record the tomato things separately in addition to the live stream, so it's easier to start editing. So we will spend a few games trying this out. As long as we're able to win some ladder games, I'll bring it to the tournament. I remove, and we draw into double money sorcerer. That is a 1200 debuff, but without a boss. That is not going to be enough. So unfortunately, we just have to set 5 here. I don't know what's going on with the dog in the background, but I do want to go make sure it's okay. So give me 1 moment. And we are back. Dog is safe. I think they heard a, like, fire truck or something. But everything seemed okay. While I was gone, I got swiftly OTK'd by Dragius, and it looked like a twin edge. So, let's try game number 2. Surprisingly difficult to find a match here. But we got it. Let's go ahead and cue in. Alright, Polaris. That's a fun name. Alright, we actually did open with the blue eyes this time. And we have a means to summon it. But a lone blue eyes is probably not a super strong board here. And we're giving up a Soul Drake to do it as well. And they are on Magnum. And blue is revealed. That's a set monster. Could be up to 1800 defense if it's a Valkyria. But so could any of these other monsters. Except for that one. That one is probably a Torna. Alright, Mage is probably the card we wanted to see here anyway. We just bring in our Legendary Dragon. Light Sorcerer. Throw down a set. And then we'll clear out this one. It was a Dark Magician Girl. This one, probably another Dark Magician Girl. But it could be a Torna or an Answer as well. But this one's a guaranteed clear unless it's the Magician's Valkyria exactly. But I mean, I'm able to clear anything. No, but yeah, I cleared 2 out of the 3 potential tribute monsters. But it was another Dark Magician Girl, unfortunately. And Magical Stream is going to pop this Talismanic. Things are looking a little bit rough. Alright, and they've shown both blue and green. But now they're only going to have the one because of the way that it is. Okay. Unfortunately, no super cool plays here. But we can bring in the Dragius and try to get the full board clear. Let's bring in Essel. And do we have any reason to mill? We already have a dragon. So I don't think so. Also, I need to blow my nose. Okay, we are back. We're going to pop the Light Sorcerer Sanctity, debuff the Dark Magician Girl, bring in Dragius, and then start smacking. Setting up the Urabi for a future King Rex play. Battle phase, start here. See what happens. No trap card. Swing over this. Swing in with you. Oh, but they have a recital to stop the future damage, which is actually pretty interesting. I have a read on this other card being the Monster Reincarnation. And given they have both other pieces in the graveyard, I thought they would want me to deal them more damage. I'm running Righteous Dragon. Not in this build. I have run it in others, though. And it looks like they did hard draw into the maximum. We have a level 8 monster on board, but with both of us being over 4,000 life. I am hoping this is enough to survive the turn. That being said, we are down a Talismanic Seal Ray. So, we need to draw into the other one if we want to out this monster. A Light Sorcerer's Sanctity is not quite enough. Let us do what we can. And just throw everything into defense mode. Obviously, if they have a Pierce or a Stop Defense, we still lose. But Light Sorcerer was only a 300 debuff. Not good enough. Pass it over. Oh, wait, we actually lose to Torna now. Because I set an Essel here. That's a little bit awkward. But I mean, if they went for a Dark Magician Girl, we might be fine. Magical Stream destroying our card is okay with me. And they give up the maximum to swing in over my 2 bosses. Pretty reasonable. Alright, and there is the Soul Drake. Not a bad card. I think we are going to use it, but we're also going to use this 7-Sword Mage. Mill card. And debuff 7-Sword Magician. Then, Soul Drake is next. Activate the effect. Send itself and Mage to the grave and revive the Blue Eyes. Light Sorcerer comes in. And do we have lethal? It's 1,000. I don't think so. So we have to just go normally. Activate King Rex and grab ourselves this defense mode Urabi. And then we battle. They have the Wise Side of Ruin. And that is rough. As an 800 debuff means Dark Magician Girl clears the King Rex. And then any 2 normal summons end the game. Here comes 7-Sword Magician. They don't even need to use Maximum Overlord. Or Maximum Overload to debuff my, monster. Oh wait, I should change the, Twitch stream title. We finished the point battle and the tomato collab. So this is tournament preparation. We are currently 0-2 with Blue Eyes. So if we lose the next one, it might mean we are running the Noodles anyway. But I did want to at least spend some time on the ladder showing off how the deck is supposed to work. Obviously, I think it would work a little bit better as well if we had the 3rd copy of all of these cards and weren't as reliant on stuff like the King Rex. Though, really, what the deck actually needs is for Bright Dragon to not be on the Limit 3 list. And then you can run it with Phoenix Dragon and have a consistent deck. And they are on a 5-win streak. Possibly with Harpies, based on the sleeves. Alright, we do a Kaiba Man, but none of our 3 Blue Eyes. So we might distribute it off for the Dragias. And they are setting 3, 4. Do they have the legendary set 5? No. It's a tribute summoned Blue Eyes Bright Dragon right in attack mode. But we have drawn the one and only true Blue Eyes. And it enters the board. No thoughts about it. Enter battle, and let's clear out the imposter. Right, our attack goes through. The set card might be Slime. I think if they had a negate attack, they would have used it to protect their monster. A Phoenix Dragon would be great, but I think Dragius is also pretty important in this build of the deck. Being able to actually get through the set 3 boards, is really only Dragius doing the job. We see a Triad Drago, and if they're able to find a third monster, it will be live. But no, they summon out their own Blue Eyes White Dragon. And they have the Steel Array to out my own. So that is 1,600 damage. And like I said, I am pretty sure they have Slime face down. So, I would like to, Kevin into King Rex. Revive Urabi. Summon Light Sork. Summon Dragius. Then we Seal Array to put our legend monster back into the deck. But first, we use Dragius, and we mill the negate attack. Unfortunate. But yeah, let's put back all the Kybermen, the Blue Eyes, and the King Rex. And I'm going to set the Urabi because I'm pretty sure we have game with these two, but they also have the Slime to stop us anyway. And they take no further damage. I mean, our board does have multiple big 2500s, but a Soul Drake reviving the Blue Eyes, and then a Kaibaman into a Bright Dragon would be 2 with 3,000 attack point monsters that also pop one of mine, and we would be in a load of trouble. And that is kind of what makes the deck threatening, is being able to get out the board. When it happens, it's very strong. We see a Righteous Dragon, turning itself into the Bright Dragon, presumably. And a Kaibaman for a second monster. But this is totally fine with me. I would rather they have, this than the actual Blue Eyes White Dragon. We have a monster on board. And we draw multiple debuffers. Interesting. I can do 7-Zone Mage. Activate the effect and debuff. Then I can do Kaibaman. But rather than use Kaibaman's effect, we are simply going to bring in Bright Dragon on its own. Activate the effect. And again, we don't quite have lethal. I can clear the board if I use my Seal Array. But I also kind of want to save it for a potential Blue Eyes on a future turn. But clearing the board is also pretty important because a Soul Drake is so devastating. And that means we activate the Seal Array. Let's return 1, 2, 3, and 4. Go for the low-level monsters this time around. Get in with a bigger debuff. Flip up you. So that's 1,000, 1,500. And we can set the Sorcerer. Battle, swing. And swing again. How does it feel to have 3 money Sorcerer? I haven't been able to land the big debuff yet, but I think the card is pretty strong. I definitely wasn't expecting them to give us 2 copies for free. Though, as you can see, most of the time I am using it, it is not really doing all that much. Alright, so we do see the Soul Drake. Just as expected. Oh, and a Tri-Drago is actually hugely devastating. By the way, if you were wondering, why is this card called Soul Drake? This is actually the monster featured on Speed Duel card, Soul Exchange. It has been 25 years, but they have finally actually made it into a card with no relation to Soul Exchange's actual effect. So we see the Blue Eyes White Dragon, and then we're going to see the other Soul Drake bring in the Bright Dragon, and then we are going to blow up, and that'll be a 0-3 run for Blue Eyes, which means, unfortunately, we are going to be running Noodles in the event. We will play the Blue Eyes stack up until the start of the tournament, but I need to actually make sure we submit a Noodle list. We see another Righteous Dragon. Wait. Why didn't they just use... Oh, because they actually get to keep the Soul Drake on board if they do it this way. Ow. So, Bright Dragon destroys this for free. Swings in, and that is game. Unless they somehow really mess it up. I mean, they actually do swing in with the Blue Eyes White Dragon. And we survive an extra turn. Oh, because the Soul Drake can't attack. Wait, I'm going to use Legend Draw to guarantee we find the mighty Blue Eyes White Dragon. And that is something. Light Sorcerer of Sanctity. Light Sorcerer of Sanctity. Light Sorcerer. This is a 900-point debuff. Activate the effect. Soul Drake. Activate the effect. Soul Drake. And Blue Eyes White Dragon swings over for game. The Money Sorcerer shows up when it is most needed. So let's do one more game with this. And then I will make sure my tournament stuff is set up before it actually begins. Though, it also doesn't bode super well if our only win is against the mirror match. Alright, Gaga Kite is our next opponent. And they are on the potentially pretty strong Cyber stack. Will it be Beyond Curiosity or Ragnarok? It is Beyond Curiosity with that 37 card deck. at Tron immediately going in for extra draws. I bet that feels really fun. But also, how are they doing this so fast? It is turn 1. And they've already milled and found the maximum. How am I going to out a 4,000 attack point monster without any time to set up my seal arrays? I mean, the mage is a 400 debuff. That is 3,600. But we still need a light sorcerer or two. I think we just set these 3. Then our hand. The idea is if we draw a light sorcerer, or 2, we can actually get it to the point where we're able to debuff. We actually want to keep the mage if we get the choice. Wait, no, never mind. Because we don't want them to flip over a low attack monster. Okay. Let's go here. Oh, I could actually do the whole hand. And then we'd have the seal array online. Not a bad choice. Okay. And it will slowly lose attack. Which is important. As now a 600 debuff from our money sorcerer. Plus a 3,000 attack point monster would be enough. They also leave us with the bright dragon on board. And there it is, money sorcerer. Flip. Summon. Light sorcerer, activate the effect. Debuff by 600. Flip bright dragon. Normal summon, blue eyes, white dragon. Bright dragon effect. Seal array. 1, 2, 3. Now, if they do have the negate attack, we are in a great spot. If they do have the negate attack. Whoopsies, oopsies, a little mistake every now and then. And a copy of the guard keeps them alive. Honestly, there is an argument to keep this Talismanic Seal Array in case they summon a second Yggdrago here. And they are starting with Zeptron to go super deep in the deck. I mean, even Yggdrago might not be my biggest worry. A couple of Attribute Hydrons with a fully stacked graveyard is equally scary. And every Zeptron is a -1. So, as they play these cards, they are starting to run out of options. But the Chaos Zeptron is going to be a +1 unless they find literally nothing. Pikatron, activating the effect. And there it is. Maximum summon number 2. Maybe I should have kept this Talismanic Seal Array. My board is cleared. We get a monster reincarnation. But I'm not thinking that's enough. Mage is a 400 debuff. And even if we get a second mage, that is only 800. It'll be at 3,400. Which means we actually can survive as long as our board is all of these monsters. We'll go ahead and set stuff face down. I'm pretty sure we should just barely be surviving here. Okay. That's fine. That is just a position change of fact. They would have been able to do it anyway with Yggdrago. Oh, but they are out of cards. Okay. So I have a plan. It's called ending my turn. Though, I mean, I could light sorcerer. But no, I'm not going to BM. Simply end turn, and they are out of cards. And I don't want them to activate anything like the barrier out of nowhere and gain extra cards in the deck. But dang, we just won the next 2 games. And now we're 2-2, and I'm kind of tempted to bring the blue eyes and scrub out of the event. But I really want to bring the noodles, I think. One more game to decide. If we win, we bring this. If we lose, we don't. It'll be that easy. Also, I think this thing stopped working a little bit. One moment. Apparently the voice tracker stopped working. So now the character's lips should be moving again. Oh, it is the one and only Manarchist to help me decide whether to bring this deck or not. I mean, we have a pretty good opening hand. And it looks like they are no longer on Psychic. Let's just Essel immediately. See what we find. I will take the extra monster, just to have more fuel. Kyberman becomes the Blue Eyes Bright Dragon. Then King Rex. Unfortunately, no dinos in the grave. And we didn't mill one with the Bright Dragon either. So let's just start swinging in. Alright, looks like we are playing against machines. They can definitely send out a huge board of 3,500 attack point monsters. I do not feel safe, even with 2 2,500s here. Alright. Bright Dragon debuffed. But no Amy goals. So I can't complain too much here. Unless they go into a Barrel Dragon. In which case, I will complain a lot. We see the Gold Rush, but no Tough Strikers. And there is the one and only Mirror Innovator. Probably going to send back the high-level monster for the big attack boost. And, of course, the rest as well. Since I don't have any defense position monsters, they don't need the piercing effect. I can send away 3 monsters. Bright Dragon goes down. But I do keep the King Rex as a consolation prize. Unfortunately, not looking like much in the way of playable cards here. If they have a trap, we are kind of ruined. But I mean, I think we do just go for it. We just pretend they will not have a trap card. Light Sorcerer, debuff the Avant Wolf. And battle, attempt to swing in over the Mirror Innovator. And we actually get in for a pretty good amount. Though it does mean they probably have the, either Shield and Sword or Talismanic Seal Array face down. And we have 2 0 defense monsters sitting there all vulnerable like. Here comes a Bicorn to bring in a double boss monster. buy coin into the Gold Rush. And Gold Rush is able to add the Avant Wolf back. But that is totally fine. Oh wait, but it can summon any normal monster to the field. Including a tough striker they might have in hand. But it is just the dog, so we're fine. And there is Tribute to the Doomed as the legend card of choice. Interesting. King Rex is down. And now a new card, Trap, probably, over on the left side. Our board has been wiped. We can legend draw. Guaranteeing we find the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Kevin Man, activate the effect. Bring in the one and only Engine of Destruction. Essel onto the board. As well as Soul Drake. Soul Drake effect, revives Bright Dragon. And Bright Dragon will destroy Gold Rush. So this is 1500, 4500. We are setting the Urabi. We don't want to run into a slime or negate attack and then just have the Urabi sitting there. It is negate attack, of course. What do you mean by overdeck? Alright, Shine Worker. And Vultricorn. But we don't have any trap cards for them to seal off. Mirror Innovator coming in, and that is able to inflict piercing damage. Things are suddenly game. That is game. We try to play around the negate attack by having a set monster. But it does not pay off for us. Though, I mean, leaving the Urabi in our hand or putting it in attack mode, I don't think would have made a difference. Actually, maybe putting it in attack mode would have been enough. Oh, I didn't actually mean to save the replay. Alright, but we lost with this, which means Blue Eyes have lost. And we are running Noodles in the tournament. Welcome, Funny. So I hope you all enjoyed seeing the Blue Eyes deck in action. Now I need to remember where my ramen deck actually is. I'm pretty sure Mark 3 is over here. I haven't actually modified it. No, that's only Mark 2. Where is Mark 3? Is it on Roman? It is. Only around 10 minutes until the start of the event, so I do need to make sure I actually submit in time. I had the Blue Eyes deck earlier, but now we can change things up a little bit. Widespread Ruin is going away. Trap cards, we are adding in the one and only negate attack. We were running Earthbound. Is there anything else I need to actually add in here? I mean, I could be running cards like Seal Array if I really wanted to. But I mean, I have the Spice to boost. And there's also the new spell card. Oh, Slime. Yeah, Slime is a new card for me. I completely forgot about it. Where is it? Do I run the back removal? And do I run Seal Arrays? Oh, thank you for the raid. Whoa. Grand Harrier. That is a huge raid. Thank you so much. We are actually about to get started with the Quantum Rush tournament. I am finishing up my deck list for the event. We are running Noodles, but I'm not sure what the right ratio of cards are. I do think Blue Eyes is going to be popular. And if that is the case, we need to be able to get over 3,000 attack. So the Seal Array becomes pretty important. Thank you, G baby, for the follow. What do I cut here? We have a few too many extra cards. I mean, I could bring out the kobolds. And, I mean, I could also cut the babysitters and just run another Call of the Earthbound. But the Majesties feels really nice. But I think we probably just get rid of the draw. Anything else I need to change? I mean, we are running 8 spell and trap cards. That feels a little bit bricky. But we are on 8 plus 6 is 14. And then, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only 16 levels feels a little bit low. But can I afford to cut Fury Blaze? With negate attack? Well, I actually don't mind their traps as much. Okay. And I'm going to add one of the kobolds back in. This is kind of like the Dosodon slot that a lot of the other players are running. The Seal Ray does have an anti-synergy with Spice, but I think it'll be okay. Let's go ahead and submit this one. So I just need to grab a quick screenshot and head over. Oh wait, I also need to head over to Twitch. And how do I snooze the ads? I don't want those to show up after a big raid. Anyway, save Noodles. Okay. One thing at a time. Noodles, over to Quantum Rush, deck 1, edit. Browse, Noodles, and save. Changes saved. Refresh. Make sure it loaded. Okay. That looks all good. So, Harrier, and everyone else, how are you doing? Oh, and thank you, Lightness Darkness, for the gifted sub. Soji says, gotta go, see you next Friday. No problem. I was happy to have you here. Okay, so the deck is submitted. We have 5 minutes until the event begins, which means it probably is the right time to grab water, go to the bathroom, etc. But I also feel awkward doing it right after getting raided, to just go AFK. But I also do want to make sure we aren't interrupting the actual tournament run with that. And I'll probably lose if I just need to, like, go to the bathroom. Okay. Calming down. We're going to beat this NPC, and then I'm going to go get my water and such for the tournament. Oh, I could be running Forever Freeze in the Noodle deck. If we are expecting a lot of 2500 normal monsters, like the Bright Dragon, but it not working on cards like Extra Spice makes me a little bit cautious. A surprisingly long battle. But okay, we are going to be right back. I'm going to get my water, and then we're going to begin playing in that tournament. See you all in just a couple of minutes. Let's get this out of the way now. we are back. And we have a couple of minutes before the tournament begins, which means let's go ahead and talk about what we are bringing. We are running Noodle Ninjas. For those of you that are speed players or that aren't up to date with the meta in Rush, Noodle Art Reboot is a second Noodle skill. And it is much stronger than the one we got at the beginning of the format. Noodle Art Reboot basically says if we summon a level 7 Pyro or higher Pyro monster, we get to add back any of our low-level Pyros. It is a free +1 every single turn. And we can use those +1s to activate the effect of Extra Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja, which sends our monster to the graveyard to deal 1,000 damage and draw a card. And there are plenty of powerful cards to be drawing. It isn't just about the normal monsters. We have a ton of incredibly powerful trap cards that help us survive. Cards like Negate Attack and King's Majesty will keep Extra Spice on the board to continue using the effect and burning the opponent down. But we aren't able to win on burn alone. And that is where Spice, the Elite Noodle Ninja, comes in. As you can see, our deck is filled to the brim with normal monsters. And Spice, the Elite Noodle Ninja, takes advantage of it, boosting our entire board by 100 points for every single normal in the graveyard. Using this, we are able to overcome even maximum monsters with upwards of 4,000 attack, alongside debuffs from Talismanic Seal Array. I suppose we probably aren't clearing Yggdrago with a lone Spice, but something like the Harpies, we could combo in a couple of Spices and get there. I could be running Monster Reincarnation over Shield and Sword, but I am somewhat expecting to see decks like Noodle Ninjas in the mirror match. And that is the big... Oh, I'm not running... Oh, well, I could be running Sword and Shield myself. But all of these monsters do have 0 defense, so it's not great. Someone has asked why we aren't running Roastery. And it is mostly just because we are low on slots. In order to run the Talismanic Seal Arrays, I have cut the Roasteries. And I think the Seal Arrays are a little bit more consistent. I might end up regretting it in the future, though. We're going to see how it works out. Roastery, of course, can provide an even bigger boost than Talismanic Seal Array, as it takes the effect of Spicy Noodle Ninja and adds in all the normal monsters from the opponent's graveyard as well, making it a huge buff that can bring our monsters to 4,000 or even 5,000 attack. However, in order to use Roastery, we also need to have one of the boss monsters already on the board, whereas Talismanic Seal Array means something like Flame Cerberus can compete against a level 10 monster by reducing the attack by 2,000 points. Welcome, Profier. Alright, and it is 5:01. I need to make sure I'm actually in the tournament and checked in. I don't want to be getting disqualified. How do I do this? View match. I need to make sure I don't get disqualified for not checking in. And we are up against Gagaga. I will check in. And then we are waiting for our opponent. But I will go make a duel room. And we will get to see the Noodle deck in action. Thank you all for joining us today. Create room. Change it over to Rush. Casual is fine. Room capacity is fine. And then I'm going to need to turn off the Duel Links part so other players don't join into the room as I check the code. Copy. And we are back. send over a message to the opponent. Unfortunately, we are simply waiting until they show up. So there's not a lot of interesting content to run in between then, as I can't really just start dueling auto duelists since I need to be ready when they show up. Yeah, I actually probably could have run Dosadon instead of the one of Kobold, as Dosadon is able to discard any of the monsters rather than just the Babysitter Goat or Arching Soldier. Obviously Kobold is a stronger card, as it is a 1-for-1, whereas the Dosadon is forced to discard 2 monsters. And going -1 is not something I enjoy doing. I'd really like to fit more copies of the Kobold into the deck if I could, but I'm having a hard time figuring out where they would go. Let me go look at the bracket and see what other kind of players are here today. So it looks like I actually managed to get a sneaky position in round 2. So I can't even find myself. Okay. So my bracket. If I manage to win this game, I'll be fighting either Georfio or Manarchist. Both very well-known players and both very good. I recognize Luke Tyler on the other side. And then Tomatosaurs and Soliman and Goes are coming for me in the top 8, if I make it that far. Then over on the other side of the bracket, players I will not find unless I make it into the top 4 are Paco, Sora, Quantum Cubes themselves, Profer, Serena, Shelmy, Marco, and the other Sora. There are actually 2 different Soras pretty active in the Rush Duel community. And I've always liked seeing them battle each other. Oh, and it looks like Gaga has shown up. So let's go ahead and queue in. For game number 1. And, hopefully we are not simply going to be run out on the first round. For those of you just joining us, I did mention it before, but I've played in the Quantum event twice before. The first time, I was streaming, and I lost immediately. Quick 0-2. Then, when I wasn't streaming, I made it all the way to the finals. So we're hoping to get a result a little bit closer to our non-stream attempt. And it looks like we are immediately against Blue Eyes, which is also part of the reason we went for those Talismanic Seal Arrays at the last minute. We want to be able to out this monster. Looks like they have a tribute set. But we don't have any bosses of our own, and we don't want Bright Dragon to be destroying any of the cards we are working to set up, which means we are simply going to be setting our entire hand and passing. Blue Eyes is a very scary monster. And when paired with the Torn of the Windweaver to flip my cards up, we are taking a significant beating. Fortunately, they at least did have the good grace to choose the Kanan. So as long as a Bright Dragon doesn't come in, we could be okay. But they bring in a Kaiba, and that means they are destroying the Kanan for free. And that is 3,000 direct damage right away. It will be pretty ironic to lose to Blue Eyes right after we chose not to run it ourselves. But this is an incredibly tough board to deal with. We had no out to the turn of Blue Eyes. And it kind of means we are just sitting here floundering. We definitely use the Cobalt to draw a new card. And those cards might be able to help. Let us Flavor Inspector. Then we summon out Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja. How many normals do we have in the graveyard? 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're going to only have a 50% chance of actually being able to clear out the Torna with this. We need to add the Fire Yarrow and hope we manage to mill a normal monster here. Activate the effect. And we hit Babysitter Goat, giving us just enough. Let us enter the battle phase and try to clear out the powerful Blue Eyes White Dragon. They have a trap though. Obviously, Negate Attack is the most devastating one, as it means Bright Dragon stays on the field alongside Blue Eyes and is able to quickly dismantle me. Our Spice is gone. Welcome, Brandon. You've joined us as we begin to lose this game. I think we let this first attack through. And then we are going to use Buffered Slime to survive the turn. Oh, but we ended up milling an extra Spice, a card I really would have liked to have. Our move, and we find another extra Spice, so it's not all bad. Let's bring in Babysitter Goat and Fire Yarrow. Then we tribute off. I mean, I could tribute off the Arching Soldier, but I'm not going to. Let's recycle Fire Yarrow with extra Spice. Activate skill. Noodle Art Reboot. And that boosts extra Spice all the way up to 3,000. Though it is still trading with Blue Eyes rather than clearing. Which is why we are going to cycle and try to draw into a Talismanic Steel Array. We get in for 8,000 damage in the meantime. We find a regular Spice. Not a bad card to draw here. Actually, it is a pretty bad card to draw here. As Flame Cerebus is not a level 4 lower monster, we are kind of stuck like this. So then, we enter battle. And once again, Blue Eyes is sticking around. The one plus side is that I'm pretty sure that we've seen another Bright Dragon somewhere. There are 2 of the 3 Bright Dragons already in the grave. But if they have a Soul Drake, we could be in trouble. Speed Performer, buffing the Blue Eyes even higher. And Light Source of Sanctity provides a debuff. And these monsters are certainly being tributed off. The 3rd Bright Dragon is able to destroy the extra Spice via card effect. Thank you for the follow, Necro Rado. Alright, Bright Dragon popping the extra Spice. But fortunately, we are going to be able to keep Flame Cerebus around, as we have the Negate Attack to stick things around for one more turn. And this is, we need to win this turn, or the game is over. Let's bring in Kanon. And Kanon. And let us think. If we bring in the Spice, we are going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 normal monsters in the graveyard. So we'll have a 3100 and a 3200. We will have a 3100 and a 3200 plus 600 from the skill. Then we subtract out 1600 from Torna and 2500 from Blue Eyes Bright Dragon, which is only 2800 damage. But then we add in 1600 from the Steel Array. And that is game. We deal 4400, I'm pretty sure. Let's go ahead and activate this. Go here. Mill first. We even get an extra 200 damage, which is nice. Talismanic Seal Array, activate. Return our boss monsters into the deck and the Seahorse Carrier to generate advantage. And we debuff Blue Eyes Bright Dragon, a level 8 monster. Activate Noodle Art Reboot. Buff this, and add a card to hand. I don't see a reason not to. Add the Fire Yarrow. Set. And battle, swing in over Blue Eyes Bright Dragon for 3,000. Then swing in for 1,600 and finish the first game successfully. Things were looking pretty rough at the start there, but our deck managed to pull through thanks to the very powerful trap cards like Buffered Slime that Paco reminded us to actually put in the deck. It was very almost going to be a Call of the Earthbound that couldn't have saved us there. But with 2 extra turns, we were able to get this going. Alright, and we actually get to go first this time, which hopefully provides some level of advantage by drawing all of these extra cards. We do have an extra spice, so we can go for an early burn. I think that is a decent enough plan, as we need to get deep into our deck very quickly. In order to win the game, we desperately need to find our Talismanic Seal Arrays and our trap cards. So let's add stock to hand. Then we summon stock and get in for 8,000 damage. Send to grave. Alright, and then we filter out the rest of our hand. And we pass it over. I'm not expecting the extra spice to survive the turn. But I do think we should hopefully be able to keep one of the monsters. Like, if they end on a Blue Eyes, well, if they end on a Blue Eyes plus a Bright Dragon again, that is a full clear. And they are starting with a Soul Drake and Speedy Performer, but Speedy Performer is fine with me. Bonko asks, do I think the selection box is worth it? No. If you're not spending the money, it's probably not worth even getting the cards. Wait, they actually milled a Bright Dragon off of the Speedy Performer. That is an incredibly nice high roll. But I mean, they opened Blue Eyes turn 1 last game. Surely they aren't going to do it to me twice in a row. As long as the regular Blue Eyes White Dragon doesn't show up, I'm not too fussed. But this is an odd monster reincarnation. Speedy Performer makes me think the final card in their hand might be a Torn of the Windweaver. Because you don't really ever want to leave a random 400 attack point monster on the board. Blue Eyes White Dragon mills and goes up to 3,400, evening out the score. And of course, we do see a tribute summon for the Torna. Entering battle, we are going to take 8,000 damage. But where is the Torna going to attack? That is the question. They actually don't attack with it at all. Because they use Soul Drake, it's actually not able to declare an attack. I did forget about that. We have a Flame Cerberus. And that is the best we can do. Noodle Art Reboot, boost it up. Wait, we have 4 monsters in the graveyard. We can get aggressive. Fire Yarrow and Fire Yarrow. Activate Talismanic Seal Array, sending all 4 monsters back. And we debuff the Bright Dragon. Then we set Call of the Earthbound. Enter battle. Swing over Bright Dragon with a low-level monster. Then Flame Cerberus is able to get in. And even though we didn't draw a boss monster, the Talismanic Seal Array provides a ton of value where a Roastery would have been a completely dead card. They are down to 2,200. But we are down a Talismanic Seal Array, and any future Blue Eyes White Dragon might be a problem. We see another Torn of the Windweaver, but that isn't a super powerful draw. they are setting a ton of back row. I'm expecting they are going to have a slime or a negate attack. But we have Call of the Earthbound to null this swing. Flame Cerebus causes Tornado to get destroyed. And with Extra Spice, we are in a pretty strong position, as we are going to be able to draw a card and inflict more burn damage. And if we draw into another Extra Spice, that is game. Obviously, it's pretty low, but it was worth a shot. We know they're running Tornado the Windweaver and probably not running any piercing cards. So we're going to put this one face down. Then they might be running the guard, but we're going to go like this. We can activate the skill, but we don't really need to. But if they have a widespread or something, I guess we'll go like this. No, we know they're on negate attack. Battle, let's see if it works. No, maybe we should have switched the Cerebus to defense mode, because both slime and negate attack punish me having these monsters in attack mode. Okay, but we have 5,000 life. We've only used one Extra Spice. They are under 1,000. If we're able to find another copy of the card, we can finish the game. And with that in mind, maybe I should have brought out the Spicy Elite Noodle Ninja to spend more time, or to get more cards drawn during the next turn. Okay, Spice is actually going to be pretty strong here. Let's go ahead and bring in the Babysitter Goat. And then we trade off 2 normal monsters for our boss. And we have one. Oh, and they concede the face down card was a bluff. We actually managed to make it into round 2. Or round 3, as it would be. Thank you for the games. Gaga Gaga. Or Zaga Zaga. Let's head over to the bracket and make sure I'm not missing my next match. Bracket. And it looks like Manarchist and MTB have not finished. So we are actually in a little bit of an awkward spot as we are waiting for our opponent. I guess in the meantime I can leave and make a new room, but I will wait until the results are verified. And I should probably take a screenshot as well, just in case anything happens. Always good to document yourself as you go through a tournament. In the event of disputes. And then next up, we are waiting. So maybe we just go watch the tournament. I don't know what tab is actually going to show up though. Let's pull out this and then head over to the Quantum stream. Since we are stuck waiting for the next round. Unless there's something else you guys think we are supposed to be able to do, doing. I think we're gonna go tune in to Quantum until my next pairing is available. So let me go over to browser capture, and that is not the right one. Window, do the other one. And we will see what's going on.
Set another card.
So we're watching a match of Machines versus Psychics. Both of these are decks that have been significantly improved by the recent box. Though Tribute to the Doomed, destroying the Esperade is a pretty significant swing in tempo for the machine player. One face down monster and then another boss would be game. Though Ari does have 3 face down cards, and Negate Attack and Slime are probably still here if they only have 5 cards in the graveyard. We joined a little bit late. And the 2 Essels are not particularly threatening. We see them swing in with the Tough Striker, which was correct. And Ari goes down to 2,000 without activating anything. There was a bit of delay on the second attack, though. So we know Ari does have a trap. It's possible it was a buffered slime. And they didn't want to use it because at 3,000 life, you are still going to have to pay the life points. 1,000. Esperate is live. And there's no back row. Free Spark is almost certainly losing this game. All they need is to have a couple of extra monsters they can normal summon. Speed of Performer, providing a 400 attack point boost. And a second one. So Tough Striker and Essel are destroyed by the effect. That leaves 2,300 plus the Giftars. This is nearly 6,000 damage. And Free Spark is far from at full life. I guess I'll put on the music again. Oh, wait, that's probably a little bit loud though. Okay. And then on my other screen, I do want to make sure I have the bracket open so I can know when my match is up. And I'm gonna go find another duel room for us to spectate. If we get really lucky, we'll get to see the players we are fighting against in the future rounds. Alright, we have a new match here. And it is 2 Yugas. But 2 Yugas alone doesn't actually tell us all that much about the deck. They could be running Hammer Crush Deal Aggro, the new Light Machines, 7's Axel Road, Magnum Overlord. 7 Shift suggests it's a Volt Condor deck. That is a deck we have not seen since the launch of the game. They have slowly gotten new support, including Beast Summoner and Avian Spell Tactics. But I don't think I've ever seen anyone doing well with them in a tournament. It looks like the Volt Condor player is currently down 1-0. Which is unfortunate. I want to see the Volt Condor sweep. Ansler and Summoned Witch are going to put in some work here. But it looks like we do see a tribute set. Keep in mind, the Darkness Crested Hawk actually has 2,300 defense. And Ansler walks right into it. Just as expected. They were able to spend a turn delaying. And they are actually pairing this with the Harpy cards. But unfortunately for them, Magnum Overlord is coming in. And 2,600 is right around the lethal mark for a 2,100 attack point monster like the Harpy sitting on board. Is it over though? We don't know. Darkness does have 2 face down cards, and Negate Attack is able to activate. Tribute to the Doomed outs the maximum, and Darkness claims a win, bringing us into a game 3 situation. That does remind me, I'm going to change the Twitch title to Quantum or Tournament Run. Brennan says, can't wait to rebuild the Flag Mech. One of the coolest looking decks in Rush. I agree. Acebreaker, Gold Rush, and Mirror Innovator all look wonderful. Wait, that is a turn 1 maximum play. Usually, that is not the right time to summon it. Because they are forced to run, cards like Stop Defense or Pierce in order to actually make use of the Magnum. Like, all it does is run into this Darkness Crested Hawk and do nothing. Honestly, Xerius may have been better situated to, pass turn and let Darkness swing in with all of their monsters. Then, summon the Magnum and OTK instead of getting it outed by the Tribute to the Doomed. We see a Dark Magician Girl combo, but they are in a bad spot now. Unfortunately, Darkness bricks on their copies of Volt Condor and Hawk. And with only one face-down card and the Buffered Slime already set up from earlier, we know they are unlikely to have a defense. And Xerius takes a quick win after a questionable turn 1 play. And it looks like Manarchist and MTB have finished their match. Unfortunately, we actually have to wait for another match. MTB is now fighting G Orfeo. And then we will fight the winner of them in round 3. So we still have a bit of time of simply watching this event unfold and picking up some info on potential competitors. Though I'm sure if I actually do end up fighting any of these players, I'm going to have completely forgotten everything by the time we get there. Yuga and Roa are we going to see a Death Doom Requiem. Death Doom Requiem was posed as one of the top 3, 4, or 5 or so decks in the previous format. But there are a lot of new competitors onto the scene. And plenty of decks it was already competing against, like Harpies, Overlord, and the Noodle Ninjas. Will the Rebels be able to maintain their position? I guess we will not be finding out, as this Roa is actually on an archive skill. With the dinosaurs, Black Dragon Rising provides a debuff to the Faith Bird, and the Harpy Lady Sisters are set to 0 from a shield and sword. We see Red Eyes Black Dragon into a King Rex reviving my Gazeller. And that is a huge tempo swing against the Harpy player. Trick Pigeon might not be enough here. They are going to be able to clear out the King Rex and the Red Eyes Black Dragon. But with a strong enough push, Black Dragon Rising might be able to just come right back. We see a Mega Gazeller tributed for the King Rex and then revived immediately. Then Black Dragon's Chick used for the Red Eyes Black Dragon, and they don't activate anything. But a Presidal saves the other Harpy. I think Xerox attacked in the wrong order. Had they left the weakened Harpy Lady Sisters on the board, they would have been able to send the both of them to the graveyard by battle. But the Mega Gazeller is unable to clear an undebuffed Harpy Lady Sisters, meaning Xerox takes a ton of damage, but with only 1100 life remaining. A simple clear could do it. Talismanic Seal Array, plus the Red Eyes Black Chick, or maybe the Thunder the Thunder. That's 1,000 damage. They are off. Wait, did they miss? Oh, I don't have my stream alerts on. Something's wrong. Welcome, Disturbia. I need to go add that real quick. Oh, wrong one. Let's copy the alerts over from here into the web browser. Okay, there we go. We have done it. How are you doing today, Disturbia? And how is your league preparation going? I really wanted to participate in the Rush League. I am just way too busy. I don't think I have time to schedule all those matches. But I hope it goes well. We are currently just waiting for round 3 to begin. So we are doing a little bit of stream sniping over on Quantum's stream to see what's going on until we're able to get into our next match. I'm pretty sure there was a misplay to some degree with this Thunder the Thunder, but they actually managed to survive the turn with exactly 500. But that Harpy Lady Sisters was at 26. Did they forget to activate the skill or to shuffle some monsters away? I'm not sure. But a Kaiba Man could be a game ender. Show us the Bright Dragon. It goes up to 3,000. And if they don't have a face down card, that'll do it. But Pen does have 2 face downs. We see a crazy activation of Pierce. Not that it matters. They go in for a swing, but the slime has been here the whole time. Server says, doing well. Hoping for more teams to join. 1 team registered with a team of 15 members. Yeah, I feel like with that many members, you should just make 3 or 4 teams at that point. Yes, I am currently participating in the Quantum Tournament. We are currently watching. I'm waiting for the next round to begin because I already finished my match, early, essentially. So, we are just in the waiting period, until we are able to fight against either Georgio or MTB8. And I have no idea what either of them are running. So we are going to see, they are still in game 1. Unfortunately, this is the big downside of single elimination tournaments. I'm just sitting here for like half an hour waiting to play a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Whereas point battles, sometimes you'll queue into the same person over and over and over. But you are at least able to play the game. Like, if I'm dedicating my free time to playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I would like to actually play Yu-Gi-Oh! Swiss tournaments also are kind of like a middle ground between elimination tournaments and point battles. But those also take a lot longer than either of the other 2 options. So I understand having all these different types in the community scene. And I'm happy that we are actually able to have enough events going where players are able to try out all the different types. Quantum is always running single elimination. Harrier runs Swiss. And I run some point battles every Friday. We finished that one up about a couple of hours before this tournament started. It actually slotted in pretty well into the streaming schedule for today. The survey says same goes for the Taiko tournaments and became a staff member. Yeah, I can imagine. Taiko is the drum game. Is that played online or how does it work? I've only seen the big arcade stations. And I can't imagine trying to queue like a 30-person tournament onto a couple of arcade cabinets. That would take forever. Congrats, Paco, for winning your game. Hopefully you do well in the event. Okay, using Osu. Okay, that makes sense. Welcome, Justin. Oh, you know what? I guess I should also pull in my chat. There we go. Taiko emulators for PC. I imagine it isn't as fun, though, to play taiko without the big physical drums. Unless people, well, I know with DDR, you can play a game like Step Mania using a physical pad with a USB port. Is that how the taiko players do it too? Or do they use like QW for like outside and inside of the drum? I'm guessing the keyboard would be at least a lot easier to play. Because you don't need to move nearly as much per note. So I'd probably be a lot better at it. Using a keyboard. But I do kind of like smashing things. So it's each side has their upsides. Looks like one of my, actually, 4 of the 8 different round 3 players are actually underway. And it looks like round 1 is completely done. What does projected mean? Oh, based on seed. Apparently, I am seeded to lose to Giorfio. Though I don't think Quantum actually seeds the events all that much. I think I just got lucky to get the bye. And we might actually be seeing Quantum Cubes themselves playing a game while we wait. And they are going to be up against Quantum. Will our tournament host be able to overcome the Dragonic Resonance Deserter? No, probably one of the most dedicated Resonance players I have seen. Though, if I understand correctly, today they are going to be on, aggro with Money Sorcerer. I'm definitely excited to see what Quantum is playing today, though. I know Quantum was in my stream earlier before the tournament started, talking about needing to pick up the Noodle Ninjas. But do they have Noodle Ninjas? Did they go do that before the stream started? Or are they playing with something else while they assemble the cards? Oh, and, Manarchist says, as the tournament organizer, Quantum is able to see everybody's deck list. And that is a little bit unfair. But to balance it out, it looks like Quantum might be playing Psychics. So, I mean, I think if you play Psychics, you should be allowed to look at all of your opponent's cards, even during the duel. Like, if they set a card, you should just get to see what it is. I mean, you are a Psychic. Yes, Disturbia. I'm actually doing ninjas for my tournament run. We played against the Blue Eyes. Round 1. And we are unsure what we're going to be fighting next. I don't think Giorfio bought the 3rd structure. So they probably aren't on it themselves. Okay, so they are on Psychics. They have the 2 1500s. The skill, I believe, is able to get them another level 4 light monster from the graveyard. Basically, if they choose to give up the Phantom Bind, they will be able to actually set 3 monsters, which seems reasonable. However, why, no. That is, no. Quantum is making a huge mistake here. What they should have done from the start is just set the 3 monsters. Oh, well, okay. Future Diviner does get to be set by the monster. They actually also keep the Roman pick. So this play isn't too bad. But I really think they should have just set their 3 monsters and the Phantom Bind and held onto the can ready until turn 3. I mean, if Paco doesn't draw any boss monsters, obviously there's a huge payoff to cycling your hand. But now you're kind of stuck with Roman pick. And you don't even have a full board. And you are at risk of a big Essel. Fortunately for Quantum, Negate Attack was milled. But there is a Light Sorcerer of Money as well. And that'll provide a 300 debuff if Paco has any of their boss monsters. A single Motoshek Dragon Dragius is able to do this. But we see them waiting. Is it possible that Paco has a second Essel? They actually choose to just grab a Silent Assailant. And with another Canary D, Quantum is good to go. Paco actually making a pretty smart choice not to bring back that Light Sorcerer. Obviously they weren't clearing, so they weren't going to use the effect. But it could have come up, theoretically, that if Paco used the effect to lower the attack, Roman pick would have been online. Oh, welcome, Suna. Hope you're having a good day. This Derby says, don't have the Noodle Ninjas, but the Speed Ninjas. Yeah, I know there is an Arc 5 character that people want added that is like a ninja support guy. So maybe one of these days we will get them. Once they finish up adding the rest of the Bracelet Girls. And Yuri. I do think Psychics basically need the Chemicures and the Chemicure Fusion, and then they'll probably be a pretty decent deck. Alright, we see Future Diviner swinging in again for that Can Ready. And they have Check available to destroy whatever their most relevant face down card is. Though I'm pretty sure Paco only has one. And they ditched the Can D. That makes sense. Oh, but they used Ready's effect. So they aren't able to bring out the other Ready. They needed to do that before bouncing a monster. Wait, but why are they... Oh, they're getting rid of it because they have so many spells in hand, maybe. Also, I feel like it has been a while, but it is 15 minutes in, and Yorfio and MTB have yet to finish even a single game. What could they possibly be running? The new Blue Eye skill, yeah, I think, the issue with the Blue Eye skill itself is that you need, to draw into the Blue Eyes White Dragon. If it searched out the Legend monster instead of Blue Eyes Bright Dragon and just worked like the Red Eye skill, it would be incredibly powerful. But needing to find a way to search out the Blue Eyes or dig deep to find it is a bit rough. We see Paco actually going in now. Magical Stream and Tricorn. Turn off to the back row. Seahorse Carrier, adding a monster to hand, means Paco may have actually managed to draw into the two bosses they need. Also, we know from looking at Quantum's hand, all of their set cards are spells. A couple of Jagias, but it's actually the Metagias. So Metagias, Summon Kanan, and Discard could be the play. But no, they don't have the other level 7. And Metagias proving once again, it is way worse than just your regular good old Dragias. We get a gift Taurist. And it is going to be able to clear the Metagias alongside the Peaceholder and Silent Assailant to buff it. We have a pretty simple board clear here. But one of their cards is shut off. So they're going to tribute off the 2 candy for the gift Taurist, summon the Peaceholder, and probably turn in the Recital for a 3rd monster. allowing them to clear the board. Oh wait, are they not able to? Do you have to summon specifically the ready to use the skill? Is it really that bad? Oh, it has to be a light monster. And Guitarist is a dark. Incredibly awkward. Incredibly subpar. Justin, when you say rush duels are coming, do you mean there was a TCG announcement? Or are you talking about dueling? Alright, Light Source Surface Entity provides a 600 debuff onto the Guitarist, down to 18. Any boss monster can do well here. Furthermore, we do know they only have a Recital. And a Recital isn't going to work to stop Dragius's first attack. But it is going to be good enough to keep them alive unless Hammer Crush is able to destroy it. And now they are taking still non-lethal damage. But it is a lot closer. If the Psychic player, Quantum, is not able to find an Esper Raid here, they probably lose. Miracle can bring out a monster from the graveyard, and Seal Array puts in a little bit more damage. But is that enough? I feel like the answer is no. So the Dark Sorcerer would go down to 700. And then Guitarist goes up to 24, 32, 36. Yeah, that is not... Wait, yeah. Even with the Seal Array, they aren't able to reduce a monster down to 0. And now they have a Candy sitting on their board. They did not do the math beforehand. And it is presumably going to come back to punish them. Unless I'm the one being bad at math. Which we will soon find out. 3,600. But surely Dragius has more than 300 life. And they don't even clear the Dragius. Not that it matters, because Candy is sitting here. Oh, they did not do the math wrong. Or they did not do the math correctly. Let me make sure Giorfio hasn't secretly finished. I'm thinking what is going on is Giorfio and MTB8 are not reporting the matches as they go. So we are 20 minutes in, and they aren't actually on game 1. They are presumably instead in game number 2 or 3, and at some point that bracket is going to update and jump scare me. So I definitely need to be keeping a close eye on it. I do not want to get disqualified for not showing up to my match after waiting 45 minutes to play a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Alright, and Pago opens up with a clean set 5. Jampy check is going to be able to view those back row. There is no Candy in hand, so they aren't going to be able to do all too much other than that. But a couple of speedy performers can boost up Magical Miracle to at least be able to clear through a 1400 defender. Not that Paco is probably running any of them. An aggro deck like this should presumably be... Wait, okay. I thought they were about to surrender, and I was really confused. I think it's not a great start, but it's not auto-surrender levels of bad. Oh, Giorfio said Psychic has reached top 16. and that they are playing it. So presumably, it is going to update soon. Alright, Giorgio has been listed with that. Let me make sure I actually have the room set up. Room ID, I do need to grab it. Copy room ID. And perfect. Head over into the room for sure. View my match. No, it's still that one. Okay. Oh, and Giorgio is here. And that means we are done watching Quantum. Let us resume with Duel Links. What we are here to do. Play some Yu-Gi-Oh! Let us pause the Quantum stream. We don't want that taking up all of my bandwidth. And we will see if the Noodle... Oh, I forgot to check in. Thank you. And then even reminded me to check into the match. I posted the room code, but didn't click on the check-in button because I'm not able to do that until they actually show up. And then I forgot when they actually did arrive because I was so excited to actually start playing the game. Thank you, Disturbia. Alright, good luck, Giorgio. Here we go. Round number 2. Alright, we are up first. And the opening hand is okay if we draw a low-level monster. And we do. Let us go with this. A nice, clean, full house. Pass it over. Yeah. Giorgio, a pretty well-known player. I am a little bit worried, but he did say he was playing Psychic. So, I feel like I should have a good matchup. But I am a Noodle deck, and Psychics can absolutely OTK me out of anywhere. Alright, they said a monster. But I think they have to have a tribute, otherwise the Speedy Performer wouldn't be sitting here. Can ready. And a 1900 monster. My board is looking pretty destroyed. Wait, but the final card is a Candy. Which is presumably going face down. So we know the set monster only has 100 defense. Which should be great for our plans later on. We draw. And that is a ton of high-level monsters. But that's okay. Let's get cooking. With extra spice. And we will add back a Fire Yarrow after boosting our extra spice and adding it to hand. Now we have the question of whether or not we want to actually activate the effect and draw an extra card. It's very greedy to do so. But I am going to. Burn damage is just so nice, and if we draw into a level monster like this, it just feels very strong. Let's go like this. Our board is even somewhat resilient to a Shield and Sword with 2 monsters featuring decent defense stats. We could go for the Talismanic Steel Array, but I don't think we need to here, as we actually clear the board just fine. But I mean, and not using the Steel Array means a spice we draw on a future turn will be set up. So we enter battle, swing in over the, can ready, over the Peace Holder, and over Candy. And my power is flashing. There's a 50% chance I'm actually about to have a power outage and lose the game. And that would be awful. My lights all just blinked 3 times. I need them to stay strong. What an awful way to go. That would actually be worse. Than if I got disqualified for forgetting to check in. They have the Ramon pick. Oh, and Quantum is watching. Here comes the pressure. Oh, actually, that's also a thing worth noting. A psychic deck might be running copies of Esperade. So, dropping an early Talismanic Seal Ray only serves to help them get into range for their lethal combos. Alright, welcome. Or Suna, what is up? Alright, we see them add the Can Ready back, and they could actually gain 1,000 life with Jump Check. Of course, they are going to learn we only have Talismanic Seal Rays. But even if they destroy one, it's the same as if I had used it last turn. And here comes Can Ready again. And I'm pretty sure they are able to do some work. Wait, that's it. A lone monster on board. They must have the negate attack. And we actually draw pretty interestingly ourselves. I think we bring in Kanan. Then we bring in Extra Spice. Extra Spice is going to be able to burn for 1,000 damage as we buff it up and add a Fire Arrow back to our hand. Activating the effect will allow us to draw an additional card as well. And we get a Flavor Inspector. I don't want to lose to a Shield and Sword. So I'm thinking we are going to play like this. And then we are going to Talismanic Seal Ray, shuffle the Extra Spice back into the deck, and some of these other monsters. We want to make sure we keep everything as live as possible. So we're keeping a Kanan for the Seahorse, and a Goat for the Majesty. But in case they have a Widespread Ruin, I mean, they are probably on negate attack. But let's play it safe. We're going to go ahead and throw down Flavor Inspector in defense mode. And then we battle. They could be running Recital, so we're swinging in with the Cerebus first. And we do see a Recital activate. Swing in with Extra Spice next. And it actually goes through. Alright, they are at 1,500. Fortunately, setting this Flavor Inspector did not mean we missed lethal. But we also know they have another card set. And I'm going to have to assume it is the Slime, which they are saving to survive for as many turns as humanly possible. Ready B immediately activates. Are they adding the legendary Roman pick? Once per game, they are able to add an effect monster back to their hand. They return a card, and Ready is revealed. And there it is, Roman pick. They might be able to use 2 Roman picks this turn. But even just getting 1 extra card. Oh, how many ranks are in Rush? Sorry, I didn't notice it a little bit earlier. Suna, it goes up until Gold 5. And then you hit King of Games. If by ranks you mean level of monster, monsters go up to level 12 like normal, I think. I know we have 5 God Dragon, which I'm pretty sure is a level 12 monster. But otherwise, maximums at level 10 are the highest. So the Roman pick has milled plenty of cards. But are they gaining Esperade access? I don't think we've seen it yet. They add a Miracle to add in another Tribute monster. But also, they are down to 1,000 life. All we need to do is survive this turn. and our extra spice ends the game. Here comes Can Ready. It would have bounced back the Roman pick, but now they can't summon any more copies of Can Ready this turn. They can only summon Prima Gatarna and the other boss monsters. The ones that have a low defense. And Roman pick, bringing them down to 500 life points, I think we are going to win. They already used their Jampy check. And we have 2 trap cards face down. Unless they start busting out a ton of Psychic Divergences or Hammer Crushes from the sky. And I mean, even if they did all of that, we still have 5,900 life. Prima Gatarna coming out makes sense. I actually have Quantum Stream paused, but the chat is still scrolling in the other chat, and it looks like everybody is cheering for Giorfio. How rude. Alright, enter battle, and that is going to be it. We activate King's Majesty, and the Prima Gatarna is unable to buff or clear my extra spice. And that is game number 1. Time for game 2. Yeah, but I think they were definitely looking for an Esperade there to clear out some of my monsters. Alright, and we are up first again, which is a great sign. Let's go ahead, set all of our cards. This time I am inclined to keep the extra spice around because it doesn't provide the burn damage. And they are very likely to be able to get out at least one boss. We do have an Aqua Monster in the graveyard, so our advantage engine is also online. As is King's Majesty and Fire Yarrow for the skill. Speed of Performer coming out. But it's boosting itself, which means it might be an awkward hand from Giorfio. Or maybe they just want more cards in the graveyard for a future Roman pick. Can Ready can actually revive this future Diviner. Wait, but no, all they have is a lone card. Unfortunately, I forgot to turn off my toggle. So they are probably pretty aware of my resources. That said, it is time to summon Kanan. Then we bring in Spice, the Elite Noodle Ninja. We bring in Flavor Inspector. We bring in Extra Spice, the Elite Noodle Ninja. And we are going to go for some burn damage. Let's activate Noodle Art Reboot and buff Spice before adding a normal monster back to hand. Summon it out, and we get to draw even more with Extra Spice. Burning for 1,000. Throw this down, and with 2 traps, I think they can only really remove 1. So we're going to go for the aggressive play. Force out a slime as early as possible. Extra Spice swings in because we know they are running Recital. And they are almost certainly not running Bear, but they are running Severing Psychic Wall. Actually crazy. I was not prepared for that. Wait, do they have a second one? No, it's Recital. Okay. Actually crazy. I was not prepared for Severing Psychic Wall. At all. And losing my Extra Spice, well, it was going to happen either way. Because they also had the Recital. Even had I swung in with Spice first, they would have used Recital, and I would have used Extra Spice, tried to swing in, and had the same fate await me. Speed of Reformer coming in for a big buff before it gets distributed off. Things are looking a little bit more dicey here. If I was going to lose one of my boss monsters, I probably definitely would have preferred it to be Spice rather than Extra Spice, because Extra Spice is how I get reach. Those 1,000 burns add up, and so do all of the drawn cards. So they are actually milling the monster reincarnation. I mean, it is always nice to see a legend card out of the way early. But they are thinking. They probably are trying to figure out how best to manage the skill, the tribute summons, and everything else they want to do this turn. But here we go. It's another ready, which had to be summoned before they used the first one's effect. They are actually able to use a triple Roman pick, should they have it. But no, wait, are they really? Okay, they are just setting a card. That makes sense. We need to keep our boss monster around, which means it is time for negate attack. Our move next. I was really hoping to draw into a boss monster of some form. I mean, we can Seal Array, I guess. But that is still pretty awkward. And we don't have the ability to draw a card because our Extra Spice fainted. And if they have their own negate attack, then we start being in some serious trouble. I think we still go for it, though. Fire Arrow onto the board. Activate Reboot. Go for the mill. And then, oh, losing the shield and sword does hurt. But they also milled their own card. So, I mean, I can't complain too much. We have the Seal Array. And we're going to shuffle back all of the effect monsters that we can. A Fire Yarrow. No, we need to keep one around. So we'll shuffle you and you. So we keep a Pyro, a Kanon, and a Babysitter in the graveyard, so all of our cards are still online. Let's provide a debuff there. And we enter battle. We're going to try to clear the board one more time. But they have the negate attack. And we are in trouble now. I mean, there is still a pretty good chance we are able to survive for another turn. But once they draw their jump check, I'm not going to be very happy. Because they're going to be back at 6,000 life. And we're not going to have our protection for future turns. Ready returns the candy to hand. I'm going to switch it out for a future diviner to draw an extra card. Very smart play. And as you can see, we already have 3 low-level monsters in our hand. If we don't draw into big tributes on the next turn, I don't know what we're supposed to be doing. Alright, they set another card before swapping out the Future Diviner again. And they probably are just setting the Future Diviner to the board. I'm going to turn off the toggle. I'm not using the slime, obviously. And it is now our move. Let's see what we draw. An Extra Spice might be good enough to get us somewhere. Let's use Kobold. And filter the deck one more time. Babysitter go into the Archfiend Soldier. Not bad. 1 and 2. Then let's get in for the burn damage. Always looking for as much of that as possible. And we draw a Flame Cerberus. Activate Reboot. Boost. Extra Spice. Add Fire Yarrow to hand. Then we bring in the Flame Cerberus. And we set the rest of our field face down. Unfortunately, this is still a trade if they have another Severing Psychic Wall. But I mean, I think we have to attack. We've already seen 1, 2, 3 different trap cards. I am pretty sure they have the slime, though. Okay. We pass it over. And since they already have a can ready on board, they are certainly going to be able to stall this game out or remove my extra spice. Candy onto the board, allowing for all of those bonus effects. The candy we spent so many resources trying to remove is right back. Sorry for the loss, Paco. Alright, can ready moves the candy back in the hand, allowing a piece holder or some other card to take its spot. There's a chance they will misplay and swing over the Cerberus first. That's really the only thing that would keep us pretty happy here. I think I've definitely let them just finish clearing this board. Obviously, the Arching Soldier is here to protect us a little bit. Our move, let's see what we draw. A ton of extra spices. Seahorse Carrier should be online. And it is. Okay. Seahorse Carrier, activate effect. Grab Kanon. Summon Kanon. And then tribute summon Spice. Flavor Inspector. Burn. Activate Reboot. Add a card. Fire arrow back to hand. And then Kanon comes down. And then extra spice. Again. And then we are a little bit worried about running out of cards in our deck. So, I mean, I could set the Kanon, and then we would draw 4, we'd have 2 left. And then just 1 after the buffered slime. And we need to be able to actually use the extra spices effects. To burn and finish the game. So, we might just be heading into battle. Because we're so low. But I know if they're gonna be under 1,000, I think we need to set. Okay. Enter battle. And I mean, this is lethal if they don't slime us. Obviously, they are going to slime us. But that's okay. We pass. We have 2 extra spice on board. Prima Guitarna into Esperade would be pretty devastating. And do we still have a normal spice in the deck? 1 is gone. We do. We have 1 boss monster left to try finishing the game with. Given that I knew they probably had the slime, I probably should have tried swinging over the can ready with my extra spice and then only let them have the 1 boss on board. Okay, but they are battling. We are going to Majesty here. So we are able to keep 1 of the extra spices around and put an extra card into the deck. And now it's our move. We draw. And Talismanic Seal Array is going to be huge. Let's check. Is Negate Attack gone? Is Buffered Slime gone? Here comes Flavor Inspector. Activate the effect of Extra Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja. Burn. And then Talismanic Seal Array. We shuffle all those spices back into the deck, and we'll put in a Seahorse Carrier for good measure. And we debuff Can Ready. Activate skill. Noodle Art Reboot. Boost Extra Spice. Set a monster. Set a card. And we attempt to finish the game. Extra Spice swings in. Do they have something? It's a Severing Psychic Wall, but 500 is not going to be enough. And we managed to take a clean victory. Thank you for the games, Giorfio. Chat is very disappointed in my ability to have picked up that win, apparently. Welcome, Benex, and welcome, Paco. Got sacked, got the particle, and got the 33. Unfortunate. Where did you set the good card? Was it a true skill shot? Alright, looks like DK Hit is probably waiting for me in the next room. Oh, I need to actually make sure I confirm the match. Confirm there. Okay. Make sure I didn't miss anything over in chat. And then head out of the room. We don't need to save a screenshot because Quantum was watching. So, Noodles have brought us into the top 8. 3 more rounds for a potential Noodle victory. It's simply going through the auto-verified process. Paco, when do you sign up for the tournament? If you sign up super late, it probably just puts you at the bottom of the seating, by default. I will check in, and I am now up against DK Hit. I'll go ahead and make a room. Since they apparently didn't make one already. Nobody join this, please. It is just for the tournament. Okay. Wait, there is a Dex tab. Oh, I can only see my own. Okay. So we're just waiting for DK Hit to join the room. And then we'll be ready to go. Oh, and they are the Euro Goha. I fought them on ladder. And we are up against a Yuga. Could be machines, could be maximum. Could be someone's Axel. There are just so many things it could be. We're just trying to draw a pyro. And we do. Superior gaming quality. Let's bring in the 2 Kanan. Keep them off and get in for a turn 1 burn. And hopefully we just draw another low level afterwards. And we'll be able to deal a free 1k while still setting up our board. Talismanic Seal Ray works for me as well. I will give up the Seahorse Carrier for the extra protection against whatever deck they are running. I'd rather get to draw extra cards on the next turn and not take a bunch of direct attacks. The Seal Ray could also be nice. Alright, but they are on Aim Eagle. And I'm thinking that means they do have a target. They didn't activate the skill, but obviously they're not summoning an Aim Eagle in attack mode. Unless they have a card. Barrage is going to immediately remove my face down. And theoretically, they could actually choose not to swing over the extra spice if they summon a Mirror Innovator, and instead go for a huge piercing damage on my set monsters. But if it's something like a Tough Striker, the point is moot. But as you can see, this is a 3400 attack point monster that is also capable of gaining piercing damage. Where do they choose to attack? I suspect they probably are going to remove my boss monster and force me to draw into an out for the Mirror Innovator, but they could have dealt over half of my life points. But we do draw into Spice, so everything is okay. We don't have another Fire Arrow in the graveyard, but I mean, I can use Stock, and that'll be fine. Well, actually, I'm going to use the Arching Soldier, as I obviously do not have 9 available normal monsters for the buff. Let's bring in Arching, flip up Fire Arrow, throw a card face down, skill, and buff. I will not be adding a card to my hand. Enter battle, and I don't think they should be able to run Magician's Valkyria. So we get in for the 1900. And let's pass it over there. We don't have any monsters in defense mode for the scary piercing effects. And all of our monsters, except for the boss, have decentish defense. So Shield and Sword shouldn't be an OTK either. Unless they have a lot of, like, they would need a perfect hand to kill me this turn. Crafted Drone, searching for, will it be a low level or a high level? They ditch a low level, looking for some more bosses. Alright, they do have back row though. Could be threatening. But I mean, surely they have a boss. Or they wouldn't have brought in the Crafted Drone. Crafted Drone isn't a light monster, but Seahorse Carrier is. So they're going to be able to grab back the La Moon if they wanted to. But I guess they didn't want to set the extra monster. For some reason. Wait, it's only an Avant Wolf. I'm definitely going to let that one go through. That is an incredibly weak board. It's not worth using the negate attack when I could potentially stop a much more threatening thing on a future turn. Do I have a goat in the grave? I do. So I could filter. Okay, wait, how much damage is this? 300, 400. So that puts them at 1600, and this Flavor Inspector is not enough. So we are going to summon the Kobold to try to draw into another monster. Either a boss, or even more back row would be acceptable. Unfortunately, we are not so lucky. So instead, we are simply going to try clearing out the board. Oh, but they have a Recital. Fancy. I am going to crash. I have enough resources in the back row that I don't want them to be drawing extra cards with the Crafter Drone. Obviously, we are in an advantageous position, with them only at 2,000 and us with 2 traps. But I cannot count them out yet. There is the new machine card, capable of negating my back row. And there's also more Barrage of Steel. And they could always summon out a huge board with Gold Rush and Tough Striker. We see another Ameagle, but again, Ameagle not able to use its effect with a Crafter Drone. So they are just summoning a Mirror Innovator as normal. What else do they have? Setting a monster is fine. Alright, and a Curious Innovation. I'm going to recycle probably all of those Ameagles. And maybe some of their bosses. They did return a Mirror Innovator and 2 Aim Eagles, kind of as expected. They set another monster, and we are going to negate this attack, just because it is over 2,000 damage, and I don't really feel like taking that. King's Majesty. Let's put a Babysitter Goat back into the deck. And hopefully we draw into a boss monster here. Obviously, we would get game if we draw into 2 copies of Extra Spice, but that is extremely unlikely. Unfortunately, we have kind of bricked here. We're going to throw down the Babysitter Goat. And then, I mean, obviously the Innovator is a Piercer. So I am incentivized to clear out the board, I think. Alright, let's see what Euro gives us. And here comes another barrage of steel. A big choice, but they choose Call of the Earthbound. Setting a card is fine with me. And another one. This is now a little bit less fine with me. We haven't seen Slime or Negate Attack. I definitely have to let this Innovator come through. I mean, it's not that much damage. Well, okay. It is pretty significant damage. But I think they're going to go for the Pierce. I was right. I want to save the Negate Attack for when it'll be truly useful. Okay, this time we do draw a Talismanic Seal Array, which can out this Mirror Innovator. And I can even put in some boss monsters, so we'll be more likely to draw it on a future turn. Let's go ahead and activate it. No hesitation on that. Kobold could be fine as well. And I suppose we also shuffle in the Seahorse Carrier. All of the effect monsters going into the deck. Down to 1,000. Do we go for the Flavor Inspector and try to clear the board this way? I do think there's a really good chance we get hit by a Negate Attack if we do that. And then we might actually lose. So let's go like this. Even if they have a Slime, I don't mind not dealing damage. Yeah, but the Negate Attack is pretty threatening, which is why I wanted the 1400 Defender on here. As long as they don't find a third Barrage of Steel or the Tricorn. And there's the Tricorn. That is going to be game. Unfortunately, we are losing game number 1. Maybe I could have done a little bit better. If I activated this, wait, they tributed it off. No way. Oh, it only works if they have no monsters on board. That is huge. Why is there an Aim Eagle here? Oh, they're running Cyber Attack. That is an incredibly powerful board. And Tribute to the Doomed is going to remove my Arching Soldier, I think. It does. Then Mirror Innovator is able to recycle. But we still aren't out of this game yet. Time to battle. But I have my face down Negate Attack, saving me from losing this game. At least this turn. And we still don't have a single boss monster. We simply bricked on these levels and weren't able to do anything. Next turn, we only draw a single card. And we only have 3 extra spice. Really, the only way I see us winning. Oh, well, with another Mirror Innovator, it is a moot point. They are dealing well over 1,400 burn each. I think at one point I did let a spice go down. When maybe I shouldn't have. If I could have protected it with the negate attack and kept it around, maybe I wouldn't have bricked. But it felt like a waste to use the negate attack on such a small amount of damage. Anyway, we'll go ahead and mark game 1 as a loss for us. I am assuming these are piercing. And there we go. Perhaps we will be able to do a comeback. Not entirely sure where they went. Okay. But here we go. We are up second. And we draw an extra spice. We would have loved to see this last game. Alright, they are going to be going for a turn 1 boss, apparently. They must have a card to protect it. They do. They have 2 even. Well, we are gonna go in, get the burn, and see what happens. Currently, we don't have an actual out to the Avant Wolf, so we might be just setting some additional monsters. Fire arrow, get some burn, draw a card. Buff up extra spice. Add a fire arrow back, and we take less piercing damage if we set it than a flavor inspector. Enter battle, and let's try to swing over the Cybertech alligator. It actually goes through. I'm pretty happy with that. 1 boss out of the way. Unfortunately, we have drawn slime a little early. We definitely would have preferred to have it, have one of our other traps that are able to save the extra spice. Like the negate attack. We see a crafter drone going in. And Barrage of Steel destroys it anyway, so it doesn't matter. And now things suddenly get very scary. A Mirror Innovator. And a Bicorn. A double boss board would be very difficult to out. Even though I have the spice already in hand. Getting a second monster over that threshold is much harder. Mirror Innovator activates the effect. And presumably is going for a full 3 shuffle to gain as much attack as possible. If we had drawn the Arching Soldier, we would have been able to throw it down and wall off these Avant Wolves. C'est la vie. A tournament. My internet blinked out. I mean, I guess I'm happy it didn't happen while I was... Wait. Why did they... It's a win for me. Wait. Oh. Yeah, the doggedness cut out my stream. Avant Wolf confirmed as a dirty hacker. But we lost, and my internet is clearly not cooperating, which means it is time to raid Quantum. So thank you everybody who joined in